Oh my god, I forgot I muted. Hi. Hi Magpie. Hi Brian. Hi Jade. Don't wait, no, don't eat KOBO. Why am I getting eaten? Hey hello. Hope you are doing good. I was like, why is my avatar not moving? And I saw the microphone, there's no feedback. It's like, oh no. Oh god. Sorry. Oh man, I'm all over the place today. Hey. Hope you are doing good. Welcome, welcome. Hey. Don't ask me why I'm having hiccups all of a sudden. I don't know. I feel weird. I'm okay though. Like, promise, I'm okay. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna drink some. No more hiccup, maybe? Nope, I did. I got fucking damn it, I don't know how to stop it. I'm holding my breath. Actually, I don't know if this is working though. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. And KOBO extended to be dragon? I mean, I always served dragon, but I didn't know being a dragon would excite me so much, huh? I have Glyde. Give me a second. There, I have Glyde, and I actually have a few more games, and also, hope you are doing good, right? And still happy Pride Month, haha. Also, I have a few games here that I got. I got this one, the demo, I got Glyde demo, I got Ember Isle. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to play this one, honestly. As I got this one, Yaoling. I just think the game looks cute. Oh, believe me, today's stream is gonna be Glyde. Yeah, it's gonna be Glyde, I'm telling you. The game came out. It's a 12 armor. What? Really? That's a huge demo though. 12-hour demo. Oh hey, look who played it. Yeah, then let's play it now. Hell yeah. Okay, let me close this one. No, you cannot tell a KOBO to just a KOBO doesn't do. I think I can play support my controller. Good. Also, the reason being, the reason that I'm 2D is that I don't know how intensive the game could be because they're a demo. So I suspect that they are very optimized yet. I mean, it's fair because they're just demo, right? The demo is to get a feel of what the game is like. It's not about optimization. So I get it if the game doesn't run well on my PC. So I was like, let's just be 2D and hopefully the game runs well. So here we go. This game needs a controller for best experience. Current Xbox controller, DualSense, any kind of controller looking device that can connect to your PC. I have. It's a UE5? This game is made on UE5? That's stylized. Wow. Nice. Good. It's not optimized. Yeah, I get it. I totally understand. Like, the optimization for UE5 is pretty good though, I would say. Because Tekken 8 is UE5. And my PC can reliably run Tekken 8 without much issue. Right? And I heard that the next big patch of Tekken 8 is going to have more optimization, so there you go. Training room? You have a training room? I like options. I gotta put the game a little bit softer, and I feel like the sound effect is a little bit too loud. Lock FPS VSync. Let's have VSync and unlock. Yeah, a model should be fine, but also my model is not moving anymore. How intensive is this game? Okay, wait. This is kind of bad. This one. KOBO, the devs are absolute memers? Why? They have a fucking DMC5 meme in the game? Well, let me close this one. Yeah, my model is not moving it at all. Shit. I mean, maybe not VSync. And lock it at 60 FPS. Yes. Gram fix. None. We don't need anything. Oh, my PC's working again! KOBO close all porn tabs? I didn't open any dragon stuff today. I just got home. No, I'm clean. Look at this. I don't have... Oh, I cannot show it. How do I show it though? I don't know. I'm not gonna show it. Oh, there's a benchmark? Nice. That's not benchmark. KOBO. For real though. I want maximum texture. Show the tabs. Okay. This is what I have. This is just what I have. Nah. I didn't open anything else. This one is the video tube thing. This one is streamer
Remember to open up the subtitle.
This
Thank you.
Discord voice mod for KOBO noises. Oh, oops. And then it's the game, and then Steam. Look, I'm clean. I'm good. The problem is what? Did you see a buy Pride Dirk I posted earlier? Shit. At the Dragon Snipping Corner? Oh, it's in Instagram. Oh, it's... Ooh. That's hot. Oh, that's very hot. The problem is the 500 terabytes of... No? For real though, it's not. Why are you like this? Yep, that's definitely a problem. Sure. Cause I'm like... Fair. You know what? For KOBO to behave like this, like me. Like having... I just feel like having dragon stuff on my PC shouldn't be too surprising, I feel like. Doesn't mean that I have... I also didn't save them to my hard drive because my hard drive is like so limited in space. It's like all my hard drive is being used for games and shit. I have way too many games. Usually if I want to see dragon stuff, I just go online. Why am I sharing this? I don't know. Don't ask me, I don't know. I think I can put everything in normal. Because I like this. Don't you love me, KOBO? I mean, you're really nice. You're like the chaotic nice. chaotic nice. Okay, I think we're good. What's this play? Oh, okay, we can be good. Alright, let's just new gum. PlayStation. Check her phone. You'd be surprised that my phone doesn't have any of those as well. Oh, no V-Sync? That's wild. It's 2D animated? Oh my god. The voice acting? Nice.
What's up, Wing? Can't keep up?
Huh, you wish.
Hey!
It's such a beautiful day today.
Today?
Something seems off. I'm not sure what though.
Why are you so
Maybe I
British?
just worry too much.
Hey, Slowpoke!
Hey!
So British, I love it. We have to strike a gold mine somewhere.
What's going on?
Below us!
Hey, yo.
Oh no! He got shot down? What's happening?
Look out, Glyde!
Huh? Huh?
Glyde!
Oh, Glyde dead. Oh no. Oh no. KOBO, did you start the book? Man. Man. DM me the name of the book. It's a good book.
Faster, Glyde. We are almost there.
I'm trying! I can't fly like you!
I could see the light. Hurry!
Almost there! That was close.
I do not think we are going back this way anytime soon.
Sheesh, we really did provoke that guy, didn't we?
Maybe you should have taken his advice to not touch his stuff.
True. What is this place? A forest? Here?
Must have traveled underground further than I expected. It's a nice sudden change of scenery, though, is it not?
It sure is. It's also strangely calm here. No corruption, no undead roaming.
Let us not get too comfortable, Glyde. We should investigate the area.
Gonna keep my guard up, just in case. Let's go!
What? Hi. Oh, my PC's dying. Is it? Nope, it's actually working. Okay, good. Oh, man, I can chase my own tail. This is the best game ever. See, what game allows you to do this? Chase your own tail. Come on, man. Take notes. Take notes. Dash, trigger, sprint. Trigger, sprint. Is that right trigger or left trigger? Oh, it's a left one. Okay. I like it. Can I kill this pig? Oops. You missed the reverter? What's a reverter? So from what I can see from the trailer of this game, right? It's something like Devil May Cry with a bit of a collectibles to it as well, right? I forgot I'm not playing Monster Hunter. D-pad is not changing camera angle. I played too much Monster Hunter. Oh my god. Stop using D-pad to turn the camera. I'm playing a modern game, not an old game. Triple jump. Bunai? Oh my god, you can kill everything in this game. What is wrong with you, Glyde? You can attack while jumping. You can dance, you can jump, oh. You tell me you can jump cancel. You can jump cancel. I feel like the battle system, the combat system is like The Legend of Spyro, Dawn of Dragon, but more refined, you know what I mean? Like there's more refined combo system, there's more refined like buttons and shit. I like it. And the dragon is cute, isn't it? Nice. Oh, I was playing Spyro too? Thursday. Oh hey, it's Okami. Double jump, press X again to glide. That one is facing to a rib. Oh yeah, then that was when I was trying to figure out how the hand works. See, sometimes when I'm learning art, I say a bunch of weird stuff. Don't worry about it. A key to defeat strong enemies or groups. 3 special abilities can be freely used on the ground in the air. Fire Fang, the L1 plus that, okay. Vision, unique aerial variable used in the air. Shit. So I can combo shit now? Is there a dodge button for this? In the lead? Oh. Oh, there's no auto targeting. Oh, I want to lock on. Oh, oops, I didn't even read that. I was like, there's no auto targeting. It's like, no, I'm stupid. Oh man, I was really passionate about fisting in Dark Souls, huh? That sounds wrong. That sounds wrong, but you know, it's fine. You know what I mean. Y'all know what I mean. It's fine. It's just Dark Souls fisting. Request absolution, request dissolution. Where's the solution? That rhymes, and that is so profound. Did I even say that? Oh, what was the quote again that I'm most proud of? Is it 17? I think it's 17. It's like the best quote ever. Are to interact with other dragons or various objects. Interact objects glowing gold. Oh. Yeah, there it is. Oh, get that die? Okay. I can do it. See, I was so proud about the quote. In Dark Souls, I actually... See, I played the fist build. And I just fist everything in the game. It's great. My Dark Souls arc is just evil. I'm evil when I'm playing Dark Souls. Here, let me do this real quick. I want to play Glyde, but I want to get that thigh as well. Here, give me a second. I'm still here, just doing the stuff that I'm supposed to do. Get that thigh. Alright, here we go. Ooh. I mean, this is good warm up for tonight's badminton session, huh? It's good. Okay. Now this. Oh. Oh. Okay. Wait. I. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh my god. It kinda hurts. I'm back. I joined the Oppo Rain Discord earlier. I was looking for information about the audiobooks. They're on the back burner for now as she's working on a few new novels, while simultaneously preparing for the first time mom. Oh, it's alright. I can wait. Yeah. The voice actor for the Dust Walker posted the replay. I was like, holy shit, you're real. Hell yeah. Like the voice for the voice for the creature is just so good though. I couldn't listen too much. I was only like about 2 hours in, I think. Yeah. I was about 2 hours in because I was working. I was about I wanted to listen to it while I was working for the past 2 days, but it was so busy. Like I don't know why it's so busy for the past 2 days, but there were so many people at the shop. Like it's like abnormally kind of many. I was surprised. So I only listened to a little bit. Wait, I want to listen to more. I commented on his Chrome profile picture and he said avian supremacy. Hey look, Jade and Brian supremacy. I've never been starstruck before, but holy shit, he melted you? Now that's the good kind of melt. Hi.
Whoa! This cannot be. Did you just come out of the collector's lair? Unbelievable!
Banana. Hello, KOBO. It's the sentient banana.
Well, we barely made it out of there. But yes, I'm alive. I'm exhausted.
This is truly amazing. I must say, I've only seen a few brave dragons in my life to take that path. Those who made it out alive, they all said they would never do it again.
I'll never do it again.
But you, my friend, you came out with a bang! The whole place was shaking. I thought we were done for. I'm Voltraz. What do they call you? My brave, weirdly colored friend?
What do you mean weirdly colored? I'm yellow just like you. No?
I'm Glyde. It really wasn't supposed to be this way. I got a bit overconfident and...
So confident, in fact, that you have forgotten about your tail. One chalice went down, and the collector noticed us.
Banana. These ducks are kinda small. They are kinda small. A bit small, but I love them.
Come on, Wing. It was just one thing. I didn't expect this monster to get that angry.
He's green?
You have to remember, Glyde, if you are killed, so am I. And I did start to like this form.
I know. I'm sorry. Hey, is that a big dragon fruit tree? Maybe we could rest here.
Hey, is that a big dragon fruit tree? What color are these, KOBO? That's green apple and banana.
Oh yes, the collector isn't the one to mess with. Be glad you are alive, and that it hasn't followed you here. You do seem tired. Feel free to rest under our tree whenever you like. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Ayo?
Banana.
Banana. Banana. Like if I do a just frame, it would become like 2. Glyde pre-release? Glyde after a few days on the internet? Oh no. I can tell like Glyde after... Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not even surprised at this point. Uh-oh. Why is my controller not working anymore?
I haven't noticed anything weird happening with the dragon fruit trees. I'm glad they're fine.
Indeed. It is something I also have been wondering about. Traces of magic remain infused in crystals or certain objects. But
I want to eat banana.
I want to eat banana.
those trees.
8?
There's something else. I don't really know why. Maybe what nature dragons are saying is not a legend after all.
Do you mean the whole Lysindria's roots story?
Yes. How else would those trees retain their healing, if not linked directly to a powerful primordial?
Primordial
Nom
Mosino?
nom nom nom.
No.
Dragons in Viridia believe that Lysandrius' very roots connect all the trees. That could also explain how they can thrive in even harshest conditions.
I've never believed such stories, but now, maybe this is the proof. There's no other explanation.
I like Wing's voice.
Gluck
Trees
gluck.
are crucial to our survival.
Why there's so many eating and drinking noises?
And their aura restores our strength. If not for them, I don't know how long we would last.
You don't have to tell me. I love dragon fruits. I'm glad they're still here.
Hell yeah, dragon fruit.
I admit, I would have expected a Tyrion to come up with some invention to save us from all this, but we haven't heard anything about him for a long time. Well, anyway, like I mentioned before, feel free to rest under our tree whenever you like. It will heal your wounds and make sure you are ready for the journey ahead.
Thanks. I will definitely help myself to some dragon fruits.
Mmm.
Anything else?
More like dragging fruit.
It's dragging fruit.
So, about the passage. Not sure if you'd ever need it, but it kinda collapsed.
Don't worry, I would never ever step in there. I like my life, and I'm not a fool. In fact, it makes me feel even safer. Knowing that the collector won't be able to get me. I'm sure you've had your reasons to pass through there, though. I admire your bravery. Glad you are all in one piece, and you didn't become a part of its collection.
Oh?
Part of the collection?
Two big juicy fruit dragging along the ground in a nice stretchy
Well,
sack.
the rumor
Why does it sound wrong, but also it's just fruit dragging along?
among all the gold, crystals, and trinkets is also Kraft's effigies from the bones of its victims.
Oh.
I've never heard this one before. I definitely wouldn't want to become one of those.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's a rumor, as I've said. Might be a local one, or maybe it is true.
Or...
I would never know. I've never been.
Now that I think about it, I might have spotted some dragon bones lying around.
I haven't seen any. Hey, stop that, Wing. You're just messing with me now.
Let's not dwell on this too much. You are here all in one piece. The collector is in its lair. And that is all that matters. You're safe.
Not for long.
Thanks for that. Now I'm going to have nightmares. I'll better go and hide under that tree for a bit.
Anything else?
So, this area, is it safe?
We have been stuck here for months. And almost feels like a new home at this point. One exit blocked off by the collector's lair, another by this force field. They're good at keeping things out. And keeping things in, it seems.
So I want Hornfly. Beat you. Hornfly. Hmm. It's my job to be extremely down bad and make those kind of jokes. Is this Spyro? This is Glyde the Dragon. Hi, I see. You take over, Jane. I'm gonna go to bed. Okay. Have good sleep, Brian.
Can't you just turn them off?
Well, those big crystals, they react to magic. And our magic is gone. Even if there is a bit left in our bodies, it seems it's not strong enough. Can't even weaponize it.
I suppose no one really planned for the magic to just go away like that.
I'm not surprised. Why would we ever think about it if nothing like this has ever happened before? We were born with magic. There was no way to lose it.
It certainly has something to do with the corruption. Do you remember when you lost your magic?
Indeed. It's not long after the explosion happened. This purple bolt was flying towards me. I tried to hide behind a rock. The thing just phased through and hit me. Then, after I woke up, I wanted to fly out of here, but I just feel so heavy.
So
My wings
heavy.
can't lift me up. Of course, the spark is gone.
Interesting. Same symptoms here. Minus the element part. It seems to have changed something in me. I can't fly anymore, but I can feel the elements. I never was able to in the past.
Ah, so you are elementless. That would explain those weird scales.
Weird scales?
We don't really know much more though, like how exactly Glyde was affected. But we think the fact that he was different before did play a part.
Hopefully it's nothing bad. For now, as long as I'm able to, I will help whoever I can.
Spoken like a true selfless hero.
I guess Glyde is just another Spyro.
Please, rest up and stay safe on your journey. Anything else?
We good.
Thanks for welcoming us, Voltraz.
Feel free to check out those big crystals when you can. Maybe you can turn that force field off somehow. May Tyrion's spark never fade.
Oh no, why are you Skyrim character, no? Akatosh blessings upon you. Interact with Big Dragon for trees to restore health and save your game. After that, you respawn where you're not saved. This one? Yeah. Nice, let's sleep for 2 seconds. Actually, less than that. Another dragon? Oh! So are all like lightning dragon have like dark blue with glowing scales? Underbelly, sorry? Underbelly?
Ha! Newcomer! Finally, a new face. It's so good to finally speak to someone that's not Voltraz.
I like the face. This face is very adorable. Very raptor-like.
I'm glad I could bring some variety to your life. Do you guys not like each other?
I'm just pulling your tail. Me and Voltraz are best buds. I'm Zarios. It's good to meet you, Glyde. And yes, I did hear your name when you were talking over there. It was hard not to hear that conversation.
I guess it's normal for Voltraz to be this excited. Anyway, you know what's up with those big crystals?
Well, to put it simply, they are big magical switches that activate crystals further down. Once all three are active, the big crystal in the middle will come up and the force field should disappear. In theory.
Oh, does every dragon have this thing? Like the weird glowing orb flying with dragon wings and dragon tail? With no body?
But of course, the only problem we have is that we have no magic to activate them.
Interesting. Maybe I can try and figure it out.
Of course. Be my guest. Try all you like. We have only been stuck here for months with no luck. Even if you somehow manage to activate one, there will still be 2 more left. Good luck with that.
Thanks. I like my odds in this challenge.
Cool. So this thing? That's it. I feel I want V-Sync though. I'm seeing the game has like broken like things. I want V-Sync in. But I think if I want V-Sync, I have just to put everything at medium. I don't really like lens flares. Yeah, the rest is good. Yes. I want V-Sync, but don't unlock it. Am I still moving? Yes, okay. Okay, V-Sync is much better. okay, looks way better. Find 3 big element crystals and activate them. Or create a trail leading to the main crystal. Oh, okay. Oh. What's that at the lower left? Dive free surface. Unlocking waterfall allows Glyde to breathe underwater. Oh, hey. Are you sure this ain't Spyro? It's not, it's Glyde. I'm so glad there's other dragon games like this other than just Spyro. I mean, Spyro is good, but man, I'm kind of sick of looking at Spyro at this point. Spyro is great. There's too many Spyro games. Like there's no other games like Spyro than Spyro. And then you have this thing. I think it's a good one. I like it. I personally like it.
This is a bit awkward.
Hi.
Hey, I'm Glyde, and this is Wing. Is there anything we can help you with?
With double question mark? Wow, aren't you a little bit too enthusiastic about this, Glyde?
Oh, hello. I'm Kaya. Nice to meet you.
Oh my god, Kaya. Since when Kavala became a water dragon?
You might actually be just the help I need. Tell me, do you know how to dive underwater?
I dive from time to time. Why?
I just did.
Well, a few days ago, Zarios and Voltras were messing around with each other and they accidentally pushed a chest off the ledge right into this pond.
I got it.
The problem is they're both lightning dragons. They hate water and they refuse to go near the pond. Since I'm the only water dragon around here, I was tasked with retrieving the chest.
The chest seems to still be underwater. What is stopping you from retrieving it?
I tried to convince myself to get in there, but I'm unable to swim.
Oh my god. It's so cute, no?
Huh? What do you mean you can't swim? You're a water dragon. You don't have to worry about breathing underwater or anything.
It's not that I can't swim. I'm just scared of being underwater.
Oh no.
It was tough enough before the whole disaster happened, but now with my magic gone, I'm worried I will suddenly drown.
Oh. We need more variety to Spyro and Toothless, etc. It's great. Yeah, we need more variety. Like, not saying that Spyro is bad, it's just that I want to look at more other variants of dragons or like collectible games. I know Spyro is also like collectibles, and then you have like Legend of Spyro is like the beat 'em up game as well with Cinder. That one's good. This one is like a mix of both, where the combat is more refined. It looks like, yeah, the combat is more Devil May Cry. So there you go. I think it's a good mix of games. It's great. Hi, Brecky.
I see.
Welcome,
So what do
welcome.
you want me to do? Just dive down and bring the whole chest out?
In the chest, we stored some of our crystals. I doubt they will be of any use to us anyway. If you can hold your breath long enough, dive down and open the chest, you can keep the crystals.
I got him.
That doesn't sound too hard. Are you sure you don't want to return the crystals to the others?
No, really, it's fine. I just don't want them to go to waste and rot forever at the bottom of this pond. You are free to have them.
Thanks.
All right. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. Let's get diving, Wing.
I did it though. Can I dive again? What if there's something else? I kind of like the shader. Looks good. I like it. It's very stylized, and I appreciate that. Hey, I got it.
Hey, Glyde, I will tell you a secret. Water dragons often hide things underwater. If you come across any ponds, lakes, or rivers, it might be worth checking if they hold any treasure.
Interesting. Thanks for the tip.
Thanks, I forgot how to talk. It's just minor issue. It's okay. Green. Oh. You want fight? Hi. You are Dark Dragon, a thief extraordinaire.
What a design. Now, how do I open this thing?
Hey, what's going on here? He looks a bit suspicious.
He does look like a sly character.
Hey, don't judge the book by its cover, come on. Rude.
Oh, hey pal. You wouldn't happen to know a nature dragon from around here, would you?
No, not really. We just arrived here. Why?
Well, that's no good. You see, I need to open this lock, but whoever designed this thing did a really good job. The pressure plate requires the power of nature to disengage the lock. Not even Benji can hack it. Benji is my spirit, and I'm Cooper, thief extraordinaire.
Super.
Glyde and Wing. Good to meet you.
Likewise. Benji's got a good plan to bust into the vault. He's kind of the brains of the operation. You interested in liberating some loot?
Liberating some loot sounds good. Yourself?
So who are you exactly? Why are you trying to break into this vault?
Well, I am something of a master thief. Things like guards and locks don't tend to slow me down, until now. While yes, the loot in that chest is rather shiny, I'm more interested in cracking the safe than what's inside, if you get my meaning.
Ah. Hey, I respect that.
So if not the treasure, are you trying to break in just for satisfaction?
Yeah.
Given the current state of our world, whatever is in that vault probably wouldn't be very useful to me anyway. So yes, I'm more after the lock itself than the treasure.
Hey, fair enough.
I gotta get into this vault to prove that no lock can stand against me. But since we all have lost our magic here, I may have met my match.
So you need magic to get through, right? Maybe I could figure something out.
Well, unless you've got some nature magic under your wings, I doubt we're getting in. But sure, give it a go. In fact, I might have the perfect plan. What else do you need to know, pal?
The plan?
What's the plan?
Yeah.
I like your confidence. How about you join our crew for this job?
Don't think I want to.
Listening.
Okay.
I'll stand here and protect the vault, so no one gets in before us, while you go find something, or someone, who can activate this pressure plate. Once we open the vault, you get the loot that's inside, and I get the satisfaction of defeating this lock. How does that sound?
Phew. I was expecting something worse for some reason. This might be fun.
Come on, Wing. Just because someone is like a thief extraordinaire doesn't mean that they're gonna do bad things. Always.
I'm in. Let's do this.
One more thing. If this works, maybe, just maybe, you could tag along for a real heist. I've got my eyes on the secret archives of Iceguard.
You mean more shinies? I'm in.
Imagine that. You and me, back to back. Doesn't that sound fun?
Maybe let's focus on opening this vault first.
Yeah.
Glyde is right. Let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet.
I tell you, Glyde, it's gonna be a real pleasure robbing those archives.
I'm sure it will. Anyway, gotta go.
What else do you need to know, pal?
Your past?
This isn't your first vault, is it? What else have you done in the past?
Another infected? By what? Hi, Wildflower.
Benji and I have pulled a heist in every region.
You seem to be pretty good at this. Have Have you never been caught?
Glyde, well, I wouldn't say infected, it's just KOBO playing dragon game. I have to play it. I've been following this game for shit, I think months or even like long time ago. Yeah, at least months, I would say.
Few times. Terra Domain was probably the worst, but I always managed to find my way out. Sly as a raccoon, you could say.
Yeah, like 10th streamer I saw play it. Understandable. This game has, yeah, made some really good progress. I mean, the first trailer of this game came out in 2022. And I'm excited looking at the trailer, and now I get to play it. And Jade told me that it's like a 12-hour demo. It's like, oh shit, how is that a demo? If the demo is 12 hours, how long is the main game gonna be? It's like a very ambitious project, and I'm all for it. I'm following since I've played demo. Understandable. It's awesome. No spoilers though. Thank you. Yeah, no spoilers. Appreciate it. Not to you, and I will leave when you get to the point I am. Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
I'm aiming for the old archives in Iceguard next. Stories say there's an invaluable ancient relic there, and it's well guarded.
Scholars in Iceguard do have their secrets. Why do you need this relic?
I'm wondering the same.
I have a whole vault filled with trophies. I'd rather give away the loot to someone in need. And you look like someone who needs it. The honor, the challenge, and the fun comes from breaking in.
I see. So you don't intend to steal the relic. You just want to enter the vault unnoticed?
Unusual for a thief to break in just to see something.
I'm not just a thief. I'm a thief extraordinaire.
Hey, fair enough. They've been reinforcing this point.
Well, I wish you good luck on your quest. Maybe one day we'll meet each other in Iceguard then.
What else do you need to know, pal?
I kind of like Cooper. Touch
It's
shiny.
later,
No,
Cooper.
why are you touching my shiny?
Watch your tail out there.
See, I can watch my own tail. I'm not playing. Oh my god, I'm not playing Monster Hunter Frontier. You guys have no idea. I keep using D-pad to change the camera angles where D-pad does nothing. And then I keep doing the dash input by double tapping a direction. Oh my god, brain rot. Brain rot. Actual brain rot. I play too much Monster Hunter Frontier. Why am I like this? What dash? Context. Monster Hunter Frontier, where you get your weapon out, you have to double tap a direction. To do like, I need to lock on more. I'm not used to this. Fire Fang and Leap. Leap.
Incoming! Get ready! Hey, dragon fruits!
Kind of like the combat system. It's not bad. I don't remember what I want to do. Leap. I need to reset this. Oh! Hi. Oh! Wait, I can push back? Do a single? It locks onto the enemy, so it's a free hit, free float. Damn, okay. More shinies. Man, the combat is pretty good. I like it. Very. See, the thing is, I never really played Devil May Cry before at all. I only played a little bit of Devil May Cry 3 on the PS2, and the combat is already like my brain cannot handle the combat already. But then again, I was like just middle school, I think. Yeah, I was just middle school, so of course I don't understand the combat mechanics and everything. I'm just pressing buttons and it do things and it looks cool. Oh, there's another one? Oh, it's just there. Oh my god. It's just here. Found it. Yeah, the game is very Dawn of the Dragon, Legend of Spyro Dawn of the Dragon-esque. I hear it. I think after the twister, I can jump cancel and do more. Yeah.
Dragon fruits.
Dragon fruit? Oh yeah, I've been here. Oh. 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 Trial of the Primordial. Within the trial, you are unable to change elemental forms. Prove your worth and complete the trial using new element to unlock it permanently. Lock and use special abilities to be victorious. Okay. Electric field. Cool. I can just spam this. Oh, I can dash upwards? That's insane. I can dash upwards? Okay. Oh, that's a word there. I didn't even see. First elemental form. Select lightning element by pressing New set of special abilities. Regulated by holding L3. When unlocking sword elements instantly using directional buttons. Okay. Nice. Oh, they change. Ooh. Hey, now I look. Dude, see, the thing is, now I kind of hope they have different things to say about me now. Now that I have lightning. Now that I changed my form. Or are they just gone? Nope, they're still here. Hi.
Even if you manage to take this force field down, maybe it would be smarter to just stay here. I must admit, this place isn't that bad. There is no corruption here. The undead aren't bothering us much. But then we have Voltraz.
Don't you say that you're best buds with Voltraz?
Hi, Voltraz. Thanks for looking after us.
Don't mention it. We need to stick together in those dire times. Anything else I can help you with?
Thanks for welcoming us, Voltraz.
Feel free to check out those big made Tyrion.
Okay. I feel like I can sink so many hours into this game now. The combat system is what I like as well, you know, being like the... It has... Yeah, like I said, Devil May Cry combat. And since I never played it, this is like my first like experience with Devil May Cry combat system in a game that's not Devil May Cry. I can see myself sink many hours into this game. Where dragon fruit? Oh, this one.
These work wonders when someone is wounded.
Oh, but I'm not wounded. The story doesn't really catch my attention as much, honestly, but the gameplay itself is already enough to like make me play this game. So I'm glad. Maybe it's just like the beginning of the game, so the story doesn't really pick up, or like the story doesn't really entice me as much, I would say. But man, the combat and everything, and the fact that I get to play as a dragon, I'm not even gonna complain. And the corruption is harmful to all life. Glyde will take damage over time as long as it is within. Enemies affected by the corruption enrage and become stronger. Only the force of nature is capable of stopping the spread of corruption. Okay. Hi. Aces.
If we can only heal this land, maybe others would come back? The massive purple crystal. The undead seem to protect it. If only we could fight back with our magic. Please, take care on your travels.
I like aces.
If we can only heal this land, maybe others would come back?
I guess this one tells that this land is corrupted. Did I save? I don't remember. You know, I'm gonna save. More safe better than less safe, I would say. Save more frequently. Black crystal. Can I even get in there? Am I playing Dark Souls? Oh shit.
Dragon fruits.
Do I have to fight it? I don't think I need to fight it now. Oh, you're just blocking. Oh, you're just blocking. Maybe I shouldn't be here. Stinky. Oh my god. Hi, Kim Studios. Stinky. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Look, look, we have dragon gem. Goober? Oh, isn't hers? It must be hers. Hello. But do I really just ignore that place? I don't feel like I want to ignore that place though. Maybe there's something I can do after I get back. Yeah, probably. The copper boat themselves? Hope you're doing good, welcome. I wonder how much it will cost. I personally think it might cost around... My assumption would be around... I mean, this is a demo and it's like a 12-hour demo, at least, right? The main game has to be way bigger than this. And it's like, I feel like it might cost around 100 or something. I think this would be like a 100+ game, which I think would be fair price. How is everyone today? I'm doing pretty good. Watch out, there's lava, but game shader is bugged in this place. Oh, so lava is there. Yeah, those must be lava, right? It's alright.
Oh, what a peculiar color you have. No offense intended. It's just I've never seen an orange dragon before. What's your element?
Am I orange or am I banana? This game looks like a lot of fun. It has been a blast so far. I played it for about an hour and it's really good. I don't know which currency. Ringgit. I think 100 ringgit plus is like kind of fair. Or maybe even a little bit less than intended, I feel like.
I don't have one, and none taken. I get a lot of questions about my scale color.
What? That's... Well, if that's the case, I would find some armor. I heard rumors of a powerful armor set around here. If you happen to find it, I'd love to take a look. Sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Chara.
Chara?
And my silent guardian, seriously, he barely speaks, is Theari. What's your name?
Oh my god, am I playing Undertale?
I'm Glyde, and this is Wing.
Well, it's very nice to meet you, Glyde and Wing.
Chara is so sweet though.
You look like you still have a question. Ask away.
So what is it you do?
I'm the blacksmith, and I came here to search for new materials. My parents are nobles, and they don't like me being so down and dirty, so to speak.
Well.
Stuffy type?
Something like that. But I don't know. I hate being locked away in one location. Whole world out there, you know?
Same, honestly.
Oh? You're a roamer too?
Indeed. I love exploring and meeting new dragons.
Don't I know it?
I don't really belong
Meeting new
to one
dragons?
territory, given my appearance. Nobody's ever kicked me out, though.
I hope it'll be around price of Lightyear Frontier. Lightyear Frontier? I don't know what that is. I don't know what PON is as well. Chara is charming. Charming! The voice is so nice in this game. Yeah.
I'd be surprised if Lysandria banished you from Viridia. Although, Pyrana? Well, if you don't earn his ire, I doubt he'll care.
It's not on my list to bother him, nope.
He says this, but if there is something shiny, he cannot keep his claws off of it.
God damn it, it's just a kobold.
Really, Wing? Must you bring that up all the time?
I know a few dragons like that. Be careful is all I'd say. Anything else you wish to talk about?
And so far, Chara's voice acting is really fucking good.
So, what brings you to this area?
I'm trying to fix my anvil. The core broke after an undead attacked me.
Didn't realize anvils had cores.
Normally they don't. However, it is said that Pyrana himself blessed the anvil, but I haven't had the honor of meeting him myself.
Wow, a primordial blessing an object. Your ancestors must have really impressed him.
Indeed, it can bring out hidden potential in certain armors. Tail is long though, so I'm afraid I'll have to share it another time.
That's fine. We roam a lot, so we'll probably meet again somewhere else.
Yeah.
I hear you. I'm the same myself.
Another free spirit, huh? I like dragons like that.
Careful. Words like that will woo the right, or wrong, dragon.
I do like danger.
So long as you know what you're diving into.
Sometimes it's fun not knowing. Why'd you take the anvil, though? It's gotta be heavy.
Oh, it's not that heavy. Well, to me. Anyway, with the attacks, I used it to start doing what I could. Repairing armor, so on. Parents are not happy, but there's little they can do now. I hope they're okay.
I'm sure your parents are safe. I doubt the undead are smart enough to lay siege to the fire capital.
We can only hope. I wouldn't underestimate this enemy, but maybe you're right. Anything else you wish to talk about?
So, what's your take on this beautiful, non-threatening place we're in?
I'd say this isn't the worst place I've seen, but it's not looking great. Those giant crystals are corrupting the land faster than I've seen in most areas. I have no idea how anyone's supposed to fight them. I'm strong, need to be in order to carry armor and weapons, but I'm nowhere near strong enough to deal with any of that in my current state.
Yeah, it's like they're coming out of nowhere.
Maybe there's a leader nearby? The undead had to come from somewhere, after all.
That's what I'm thinking. They definitely need to be taken out to reverse the damage. Not sure how to do it yet.
Running into the corruption is a surefire way to die or get corrupted yourself. I wouldn't do it.
Somebody has to. I've lived without an element my entire life, so I know how to fight.
I can't stop you, but I wouldn't advise it.
Yeah.
If you find that armor I mentioned, then maybe you stand a chance. But even if you're feeling confident, try not to die, okay? I've seen enough of that.
Wow, Chara.
If I
Chara
die,
seems on shit.
at least I died trying to save other dragons. I think that's a good way to go.
True as that may be, we're running out of capable dragons. We'll need dragons like you who can fight once we figure out how to deal with the bigger threats. I'm sure there's a way to destroy them from a distance, but...
We won't have the time to make something.
I know. Just be careful, alright?
I will, don't worry. Besides, I got Wing to take care of me.
It is because of me that he has not died yet. He would get lost or trapped somewhere without my device.
Yes, exactly.
Well, alright then. Again, just be careful.
Oh, they look way better during the night. Oh my god.
Anything else you wish to talk about?
I think that was it for now, but I might come back.
You're welcome. Stay safe out there.
Oh, during the night they look so good, even from afar. Hi, can I use this anvil? The gameplay is highly increased by listening and speaking with other dragons, I think. That could be it, but they are also a game element. It's a world building, and I think I appreciate it. It's great. I like it.
Be careful. This cave is crawling with undead. Have no mercy for these undead. Have any for us. Luckily, lava and the undead aren't compatible.
Can you speak more?
May Pyrena's flame burn within you. Be careful. This cave is crawling with undead.
Damn, he has some nice voice. Oh my god. Oh goodness me. So you're saying that I need to play at maximum settings? I don't think I can do that. It must be like post-processing stuff, I would say. It's not? It's probably not textures. Effects? I want to see the lava. But if I do maximum, my KOBO is not moving anymore. That's how bad it is. Let's see. None. No. Anti-aliasing uses a lot. It's not just anti-aliasing. I saw it work well on medium. Okay, let me try the one that works then. Alright, I'm moving again. Oh, it has to be field distance. Oh, there it is. You're right. I have to delay the last one. I love how they're just stuck. Encoding overloaded. I shouldn't be playing like this. My PC's like dying. Sorry, give me a second. I wonder what is it that is not showing. Foliage? Is it actually foliage? I'll be surprised if it's foliage. Yeah, it's not, okay. No, not display. It's not anti-aliasing. I'm actually curious about this. Sorry, I mean, anti-aliasing method is like none currently. It's definitely not textures. I want textures at medium. Shadows? I think it's just like the overall settings that affects everything. It could be that. Like none of these like single settings does the thing for lava, but the preset is what's the problem, I think. It's not post-processing, I tested. I think it has to be the quality preset. It's not effect. I tested as well. But I think post-processing on Epic looks good. I'll put it on high. Encoding overloaded. I mean, the game looks good. Yeah, at least I can see lava now. It's okay. Yeah, it has to be the quality, the quality preset somehow is affecting it. The fire thing feels like it has no range. Nice. So Char told me that it's like a strong armor set in this area. I need it. Lamau, I already found infinite? Okay. Yes, I know I can shift form. But I don't wanna. I like the twister. Maybe I should try other forms. Okay, you know what? Sure. Oh, I can dodge. Okay. Shoot me then. Ooh, nice. I fear the lightning is destroying the bitrate. I hope not. I cannot tell. Oh, I can okay, I can dash cancel stuffs. Oh, yikey beaky. Is there more? I should probably heal first. That heals, right? Yeah, okay. Can I step on that? I mean, no point in doing that. I have technically like a triple jump, but I technically have a triple jump. It's not high enough. If only I can like aim at where I want to dash. Can I? Nope, okay. Wanted to exploit it. Hey. Hey, they like lava. Hey, look, they like lava. I feel like it might be somewhere like a hidden cave or something. Oh, what's L2R2? Lightning Strike is fun. It's pretty good. I kind of like the elementless Twister and also a Twister and Leap. Fire Fang is weird. It doesn't. It feels like it's no range, so it doesn't hit anything. But the Twister and Leap is really good. What's this thing again? Have I ever mentioned that I like the tail? It's like a fin tail. Very nice. Very nice. Uh-oh. What is that? Maybe? How many times can I dash airborne? Oh, this is bad. 2 times it feels like. So after dash I have to double tap X to jump again. I don't think I can do it for now. I mean, I would love to exploit it if I can. Wait, let me try again. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. That's what I'm trying to press. Come on. All right, cool. I'm not taking damage from the lava after that for some reason. L1, L2 is dash. L1 is magic. All right. Dash, jump, dash, jump, dash, jump. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, I know it's super attack. I saw. I wasted it. It's alright. Okay, so there's no way. I don't think there is a way to get there for now. Although what I would guess is somewhere around like for the right side or from the left side. I can go there behind. grilled alien or grilled monster. New enemy? Oh, you have a shield meter. That's a lot of shinies. Nice. I'm gonna assume that's like a mini boss. It's okay, I'll figure stuff on my own.
Storm is coming. Shot therapy.
Oh, really? Wait a minute. Can I do it? I can kind of stand here. I mean, it's kind of dangerous, but I'm doing it. Oh, camera. Oh, camera. Oh, camera. Oh, camera is killing me. Wait, no, don't die. Just... Nice, just like that, full health. I thought I can do it though. Maybe not from this rock, I guess? I really want to get that thing from this one. No. Oh. 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 Lava bed. Maybe at some point I might be able to get like a fire form so that I can come back and just like roam around the lava. I mean, would be my guess. Almost died. So for now I just need to focus on getting the crystals. But the armor sounds so enticing though. You can be... Get down.
I love how they taste. Let's save those for later.
Oh, okay, have fun. Oh, we have range? Bye-bye! I know I'm missing a lot of crystals by doing this, but it's alright. My OBS is dying. I see I see the OBS is like actually dying. I should probably lower the graphics. Yeah, I should probably lower the graphics a little bit. Oh, lava is gone. Wait, what did I change? Oh, is it the view distance? Oh, it's actually view distance that affects the lava. Shit, okay. Well, I guess I cannot change the view distance. Who would have thunked? That makes no sense. It's alright. It's a demo. I'm not gonna expect the game to be perfectly working fine like a AAA game or like a fully fleshed out game. And bugs are bound to happen for a demo. I understand.
Hey, Chara.
Hello again, Glyde. Is there anything I can help you with?
Maybe a little later. There's much to explore. I'll be on my way. Stay safe.
Oh, sure. I'll stick around this place. You stay safe too, Glyde.
I like Chara. Wasn't there crystal somewhere? But it's just hilarious connection. It kinda is. Oh, oh, it's there. I see it. Wait, did I not see it just now? Really? I'm really bad at exploration games. Like, there's so many things I would just miss just because I'm dumb. There we go.
You think you are worthy? We shall find out soon enough.
I don't know who's talking, but I like it.
Do your best.
Okay. Meteor, blazing impact, and volcanic wrath. Oh.
Heads up. Hard in my wake.
Oh, I maybe would do. This is similar to. This is similar to the thing. To Elementless. Maybe I can do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Is that different? Yeah, that's different. So square, 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 triangle. Yeah, square, square, triangle, triangle is different. I'm fire now, so am I immune to lava? Pretty sure I am. Okay, good. Oh, that. Mmm. do I even get up there? It's okay, now we can explore to our heart's content. Maybe at some point I might be able to dive somewhere. I feel there might be secrets lying around here, or something. Oh, hi Shredder. And KOBO playing Dirt, yeah. I finally waited until this Dirt game is available for the play for demo. Finally. Hope you're doing good, Shredder. Dive. Oh, this part looks different.
Have no mercy for these undead.
Hi. Oh,
Is there anything I can...
Maybe a little later.
Oh, sure.
stink. How's the KOBO? KOBO is doing good. It's raining outside. Everything feels nice. I like it. And I like rain, especially when I'm inside my house. Oh, it's working again. You don't know where I am? Oh, do you? No, you don't, okay. Hi. Oh god. Oh god. I'm stuck. It's windy behind you sometimes? Don't I know it? Oh my god, it just kills them straight up. Isn't that a little bit strong? Oh, it's here. Oh, you have baby dragons? Oh my god. It's mine though. New character entry unlocked. Oh my god, it's Pepe. No, Dragon Ling. Hi. Small dragon noises. Yeah. I cannot talk to them anymore.
We care for younglings here. This place seems relatively safe. Stay toasty. It's an old fire way of saying good luck. Greetings.
Hey, dragon
We care
fruits.
for younglings here.
Oh my god, small baby, small dragon noises.
I love how they taste. Yeah. Let's save those for later.
The delivery of lines for Glyde kind of reminds me of Sonic. I don't know if it's just me. The way Glyde talks. That's kind of cute. Talks a little bit like Sonic. Oh, might be able to do it. Let's just cool down. Why would you put cooldown on that thing? God damn it.
Yes, dragon fruits.
cannot believe it. I just want to spam small dragon noises. There's just gonna be something. Behind Waterfall Classic? No? Okay. I wonder if this is like... Oh wait, that's a dragon, right? Wait, that's a dragon that's being corrupted. So...
Ashes to ashes.
No?
Heads up. Too late.
Yeah, safe to say that didn't work. I cannot really interact with it as well. Oh wait, I have to fight back with the power of nature, so I guess I need nature to save them somehow. Come on, there's gonna be like one behind the Waterfall Classic.
Dragon fruits.
Being at a high vantage point could really help. Maybe there's something I can do. Yeah, I don't really see where else I can go with this.
Hey, dragon fruits.
I guess I leave for now. Maybe I'll get a chance to come back. Ooh. Need to remember. It's kind of hard when you have to commit to the buttons that you press. Yeah. The timing is a little bit weird. Wait, can I not interact with gold stuff? The game literally told me to interact with golden stuff. That will whiff? Hey, dragon fruit! Hey, dragon fruit! Gorgon. Obsidian Checkpoint Lieutenant. Hi.
Oh, who goes there? Ready your claws. The force field has been breached.
Hey, calm down. I'm friendly. Can't you see that I'm a dragon?
Now that you're closer, it seems right. What a peculiar scale.
Oh, Oh my god, he's dumb just like me. Well, not dumb. This one's adorable.
My apologies. We only had a dead come from the Obsidian Kingdom. I'm Gordon. Nice to meet
I like Gorgon.
Nice to meet you too. I'm Glyde, and this is Wing. Thanks for not killing us. So why are you here?
you. This path to the right is the entrance to the nearby Broken Tower outpost. We are guarded, making sure dragons are aware in any case they need a safe place to stay here. You should probably rest there. Head to it, and possibly you will find the question. Sorry for that. One copy careful.
Fair, but I want to listen to your voice, but no. Your voice is too soft. I love you though.
It's been a while since you have rested, Glyde. It could be worth stopping by.
Yeah, it looks like the characters in this game. Some of the characters have like poor audio balancing. I wish they fix it in the fully
I'll probably head to that outpost you've mentioned. Thanks.
like a full a finished game that would fix it, the audio balancing. But man, the voice acting is pretty good. I want to listen to more. Yes, dragon fruits. What if I'm fire and I become I look different. Oh yeah, I look different. I'm not burning anymore. I'm gonna die. Oh, okay. Aquar, hi.
You look like a fit, active dragon. I'm sure you're also a good swimmer, are you not?
Oh, you're so cute.
Well, I can hold my breath for a bit. I tend to swim every now and then, but I prefer flying.
Wow. Swimming is almost like flying, except it's underwater. I'm Aquar, by the way, an explorer. I dive in various bodies of water in search of treasure.
I just stolen yours.
I'm Glyde. That must be interesting. Have you found anything in this area?
Funny you should ask. Yes, I did. The problem is, it's all out of my reach. Even in this very lake, there's this weird force field, along with some big crystal that doesn't do anything.
Oh.
In the river nearby, I've seen another crystal, a cave.
An underwater cave. I like the sound of that. Anything else?
I think that's it. Oh, wait. I think I recall something shiny behind one of those waterfalls near the main lake. Aquaria's Tear, they call it.
Shiny.
That's more information than I expected. Looks like I've got some diving to do. Thanks.
Aquar cute. Gordon cute. Oh, why are dragons in this game are so adorable? God damn it. Those who are ready to take leap shall be carried by the wind. So you tell me to just fly? So I guess Aquark is referring to that force field. There's also one force field here. Oh hey! Zapdos! Zapdos? Oh my god, your name?
Greetings, stranger.
Hey.
I've heard that there is an underwater passage in a nearby lake. This isn't good. I can't get through this force field. Greetings, stranger.
Yeah, look for huge green chunks. Astaya.
Oh, a traveler. Welcome to the Broken Tower Outpost. My name is Astaya. Please, make yourself at home.
I love Astaya.
I'm Glyde, and this is my buddy Wing. Thank you for welcoming us. It's been a while since I've had a nap.
There's plenty of space here. You can nap anywhere you like, for now at least.
I like to nap under the dragon fruit trees. I tend to sleep better when next to one.
Perfect. It just so happens we have one right here. I'm sure others will also love it.
Others? The outpost seems rather empty.
Hi, Roland. Which area is this? Right after Obsidian Cave.
Well, currently there are only a few of us here. But as you can see, there is still plenty of space around here. I'm hoping that over time, those who are lost and without a safe place to stay will come here to live and help us create a community.
I feel that Astaya has the most... No, I'm not gonna say the most, but... Like the most... Well, not the most, sorry. More dragon-like feature. Nah, I don't know, maybe not. You know, I love all of them.
This is very noble of you. I'm sure we could help guide other dragons here as we travel.
Definitely. It's good to know that there are places like this. There are many dragons who lost their homes and are alone.
We are currently working with other nearby outposts to establish control over this area and retake control of the castle ruins you can see from here. It is hard to do with all of this corruption all around and the undead attacks, but we are managing somehow. We need more dragons to strengthen our defenses.
I see. We will do what we can to help. If I meet anyone who needs a place to stay, I'll send them here.
It would be very helpful if you did that. We are stronger together, and we need to save every life we can. Until we live, the undead will never own our world. You should get some rest now. Stay safe, and thank you, Glyde.
I will. Thank you, Astaya.
See, name that ends with A. So elegant. So elegant. Oh, also, I realized something. The music is way too loud. Let me put it at 69. Because, haha, funny number. Although it's green crystal, so am I gonna get nature power now? Can I climb this? Guess not.
Dragon fruits.
Dragon fruits. Fafnir? Wow.
I'm watching you. There is no end to the undead. Now is the time to show true strength. You are strong, but you aren't an earth dragon.
Yeah, I'm not. Oh, he's just here. I love how there's like one small patch of corruption. Fafnir is an earth dragon. I mean, looks like it. Hi. Yeah, this is better. Square, squares, triangle, triangle, triangle.
Hey, dragon fruits.
Hey, dragon fruit. What's up? Oh, he pushed them back. Maybe it doesn't work that well. What's the... Oh, the pushback. Yeah, these are corrupted rare. Hi. Oh, So 2 light just skips this. Okay. So it's generally a good idea to just do that. For the ender, I think. You also got lightning element, right? Yeah. Lightning cool. But it also looks like bitrate destroyer. So many shiny. Bitrate destroyer. Uh-oh. Wait. Who? Oh, it's Salo! Wait, Salo. Hi, Salo. I suddenly forgot what I wanted to say, but man. Thank you, Salo. Are you still? Were you playing God Eater? Actually, I have no idea. I didn't see. Oh, you are.
Yep.
13 hours of the. Oh my god. And go eat. Go sleep. Or like, actually, no. Go take care of yourself, Salo. Thanks for the heckin' raid. Rag dog. Hi. Welcome. Also, welcome in, raiders. I need to shower first. Fair. I cannot have a stinky kobold. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Also, I forgot how to talk. Oh my god, my brain doesn't work. I look at dragon, my brain doesn't work. Oh yeah.
Hello and welcome.
Right. I know how to be a streamer. Shit. Anyway. My name is Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I do art every Monday. Hope you are doing good. Spend 4 hours being wet. Yeah, you know what? Shower sounds good.
I don't
Yeah.
care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Wait. Yep. Kobo has to yip, no? Also, I'm playing Glyde. Glyde the yip the Glyde. The new hit game. Yep. Nah, I don't know about hit game, but been enjoying this game so far. Getting shinies, killing things. Oh! I mean, not only this, there's also like other hacking games I want to check out. There's Isle of Swaps that I want to try. There's also Eber Isle. Oh, I have to personally. Oh, I think I can cheese this one, I think. Very KOBO energy to wish to be a dragon. I mean, we serve dragons all the time. Sometimes being a dragon doesn't sound too bad. Although I still prefer serving dragons. You know, if I were to choose. There we go. You're telling me that that's not how it works. God damn it, game. Okay. Oh, there's suddenly so many places to explore. My brain doesn't work like this. But yeah, I'm gonna get a well-deserved shower to wash off this musk. Yeah, go shower. Go shower and be no sneaky bold. Also, thanks again for the rate. I can KOBO friend. Oh, like?
Into water doesn't sound good, right? Oh, yeah, Damn. Can't wait to put on clothes again. Were you naked this whole time? Wow. There's so many places, I'm not too sure where to go. Is that fire? I can neither confirm nor deny. Moisturize? Okay. And moisturize sounds good. I need to drink more water. Yeah. That feels good. Thank you. And quench thy thirst. I need dragons for them. Nah, I mean I need dragon to quench to quench what's me in ancient English? Mine thirst? Question mark? Oh, that's cute. So do I just stand here? Defeat the source maybe on time limit. Wow, that's hard to kill. Big shiny? Why is there a mouse? Okay. Dragon egg. Oh. I don't know what the egg is for, but I have an egg now. Hmm? Oh damn! Wow. Are you like a boss or something? Damn. Oh, that's what it is. Want to learn a motherfucking infinite? Like punch, like kick. Man, the old memes. Why is the mouse showing? Is this? I think I just heard something. Infinite? We love to see it infinite? Mm. Why is there music like this? Nah. Oh. We love infinites. Why is there like 19 cartoon-esque music in there? Uh-oh. Do you like water? Oh, that's tough to kill. So the last time we knocked them away, I should avoid doing that. If I want my infinite to work. Infinite. More dragon. Definitely like the combat system in this game.
Yes, dragon fruits.
Dragon fruits.
I feel a lot better now.
don't know if you guys can hear it, but the music is definitely very Dawn of the Dragon-esque.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Who are you?
Hello, I'm Glyde, and this is Wing. We're exploring and helping dragons as we travel.
Oh, how so?
Glyde here possesses elemental power, and with it, we seek to improve the world's situation.
And since when you know that Glyde has elemental power, because a few hours or like a few minutes ago you were just saying that Glyde is elementless.
I don't know how much it'll help. You can't be everywhere at once.
True, but well, something's better than nothing, right?
I guess. Anyways, I'm Ventry.
A Ventry?
I
The
found
Ventry is
this
cute, no?
Contraption. It appears to activate wind rings.
Wind rings?
Wind rings? What for?
It's a practice course designed by wind dragons staying in the area.
This challenge, what exactly is it?
I wonder about that as well.
Once activated, one has to pass through the rings to reach the goal as fast as possible. Anything goes.
A race challenge? That sounds pretty interesting. There's no catch?
The challenge course only activates for dragons with the elemental power of wind.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Okay. So these things need wind to work as well, I suppose? Nice. Oh. Uh-oh, game, game, game. Oh. Wait, I'm stuck. Why would you keep doing that? Oh, it's a corrupted thing. The breath does so much damage.
Dragon fruits.
Dragon fruits.
All better now.
I hate chords, eh? A chord sounds serious. I'm the corrupt thing. I don't know about that. I can neither confirm nor deny. Is there a use of crystals? Yeah, excuse me, not corrupted. Run to the core. Man. Was that shiny? Maybe something maybe I can do with that when I have water form, probably. This place is so big. I'm lost.
Hey, dragon fruits.
Hey, dragon fruits.
I'm not hungry at the moment.
I mean, I feel like I'm slowly getting rotten to the core as well, if that's the... like, the things that I've been... or like... the things that I've been sharing in a certain Discord. Or a certain channel. Yeah, I'm slowly getting there. What's with this? The game told me to like interact with golden stuff, but now it's just not working.
Yes, dragon fruits.
I'm watching
you. Yeah, there's this crystal. Oh, it leads inside. What? It's inside. Okay, okay. I know. I've done this. Uh-oh.
These work wonders when someone is wounded.
KOBO, we need a different channel for bird stuff, so me and Brian can spam it with bird galore. Honestly, you could just spam it inside the Dragon Simping corner because I find birds are quite nice as well. I mean, they are part reptilian. I wouldn't mind. You could spam it inside the Dragon Simping corner. Hi.
Greetings, stranger. I hope the roads are safe for you to travel. These foul undead are everywhere.
So far, I've managed. Only issue is that they keep coming back every time I beat them.
It is true. Defeat one, and soon three will spring up in its place. Don't get me started on the whole corruption all around. Anyway, what's your name, soldier?
My name is Glyde, sir, and this is my best buddy, Wing.
General orders, at your service. My trusty spirit here is called Spear. Together, we lead and protect this camp. You can stay as long as you wish. We
need to look out for each other. Any questions?
Are you positioned here by the Terra domain?
Well, not directly. Me and my unit, we got hired privately to protect this encampment long before all this has started. Even though we aren't stationed here directly by the domain, we still have to abide by the Sentinel Codex and pay 20% tax on what we earn here. Otherwise, it's treason.
20%? Oh my god.
Treason is harshly punished in the Terra domain.
Let me put you in this way. You hire Sentinels, you have to pay us. And then we pay the domain.
So anyone can hire Sentinels privately, as long as the domain gets paid?
Precisely. While it isn't perfect, this is the only way soldiers can live legally outside the Terra domain. Unless officially deployed, of course. This way, we are responsible for ourselves. We cannot count on reinforcements, but we have to respond when the domain needs us.
Oh, that sounds like a. I don't like it. I don't like the domain. Will his spear me? I mean, the spear has a really long.
I can see why some would choose this over life in the capital. Not everyone wants to be a soldier.
Every Earth Dragon is a soldier. Some more than others, but we are all soldiers. It's just the way it is. Anything else?
Okay.
Have the attacks been frequent in this area?
Oh yes, but truthfully, I enjoy it. There's nothing better than the thrill of combat, pushing your body to its limits. The blood of my ears, the feeling of my claws smashing down on their bones. There is nothing like it.
Okay.
Enjoy it?
But of course, it's what all warriors strive for when it's not for peace. Who say you can't have fun whether you protect those who can't protect themselves?
Huh. I can get behind that. I'm more on the adventuring and sightseeing side, though.
They are, but the other side of the same coin, my friend. Alas, without my element, it is a tad more difficult than it should be, especially as I can't create a wall or anything. However, I'm far from tired.
You seem very determined. Even without your powers, you're still standing strong and resisting the undead.
The Earth Dragons are still better off than the others. We mastered the arts of physical combat since we were whelps. I've always felt that relying on magic can only get one so far. Most dragons see it now, but it's way too late. Few can defend themselves against the undead and their cursed weapons. Anything else?
Terra domain?
Do you know what's going on in the Terra domain?
Just after the disaster struck, within days, all troops were recalled back to the domain. Gyarados has declared a state of emergency and expects us to return home to force the undead out of our lands. I could not obey such an order. They want us to leave all those defenseless dragons and just leave? I cannot just abandon this place.
Oh hi Merc. Oh my god, it's a rolling KOBO. Hi Merc. Welcome.
Does this mean you're staying for good?
I've sent some of my
Hope
unit
Merc
back
is
to the
doing
domain.
rotastic.
This way, only I will receive punishment. It's the least I can do for them. I will protect this outpost until it is safe. When the undead threat is over, then I shall decide about what to do next.
Do you think you'll be able to go back home?
In all honesty, they probably already marked me as a traitor, so I doubt I'll ever get back without losing my freedom.
No.
I would rather die a sentinel, fulfilling his duty to protect those who can't defend themselves, than a coward running away in the time of need.
Damn orders.
I can see why you're leading this outpost. I admire your bravery, Ordis.
Indeed, there are not many soldiers who are willing to defy orders from the Primordial himself.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Thank you for your time, General.
Remember, You can always come back here if you need a safe place to stay. May your blows shatter their bones.
I like all this. Also, I can chase my own tail. Still the best game. Chase my own tail. Just got up, so still dizzy. Oh, I do hope you had a good sleep though. Rocker.
Don't try to play a hero. You will end up like the others. May your blows crush their bones. Terra Domain is grateful for your assistance.
Oh, am I in Terra Domain?
We will never surrender. Don't try to play a hero. You will end up like the others.
Oh, it's a safe haven.
You seem unusual.
I like you.
Orange scales. How weird.
Am I banana or am I orange?
You are a strange one, aren't you? Huh. You look like a dragon fruit eater.
Okay, what's with dragon fruit eater, huh?
You seem unusual.
Glyde's orange. Isn't this banana? And picks up burp slowly. Oh. Where's my pet, Jay? You never treat me this way. I'm sad now. Ambitious tinkerer.
Hey, are you another lightning dragon?
Maybe not.
Actually, I was born without an element.
I mean, you're kind of yellow, sort of orange too.
Press L3. Oh, I got pet from Merp. Thank you. A kiss? Okay, that. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Am I? I haven't noticed. But in all seriousness, I was born without an element.
That's interesting. I thought that elementalist eggs didn't hatch.
Oh.
Guess the primordials blessed me that day.
So, can you use a bit of an element, or are you just completely without one?
I can use everything.
I can breathe a bit of fire, but I find more use for my talons if anything else.
Not exactly a common thing to hear.
Well, dragons like myself aren't exactly common either.
True.
There's no lie in those words, that's for sure. Anyway, my name is Frelsier.
My name is Glyde, and following me is none other than Wing.
Salutations, Frelsier.
That's the first time you actually speak after the introduction.
Good to meet you both.
Lightning Domain.
So, what is it like in Zarakas? I've never been there.
It's great. There's so much going on at once, dragons flying, electricity all around. It's way more active than this place. Everything here seems so slow.
Is it because it's Earth element?
I guess everyone moves at their own pace.
Sure, but maybe the nature dragons could learn a thing or two from us lightning dragons. Make everything have a bit more spark, huh?
I don't think everything needs a spark.
Yeah.
Okay, Glyde.
Anything else you need?
What brings you here?
What brings you to Viridia?
Seeing how things are in other regions. We don't usually get out and about. We're too busy tinkering most of the time.
Tinkering?
You know, toys, crystals sometimes.
Toys?
Even some super secret stuff. Wait, you didn't hear that last part.
Toys and super secret stuff? No, my brain, it's rotten to the core.
Anything else you need?
Can you tell me about Eterian?
Well, some call him the Master Tinkerer. Started the trend of lightning dragons being one step ahead, though I've not met him in person.
This is the best game ever. Dragons? I know, right? You get to play as dragons, you get to beat the shit out of everything, and you get to meet a lot of other dragons? A GOTY right here.
Do you know anyone who has?
A friend of mine said she did, but honestly I think she was pulling my tail. They said it was at some competition. Anything else you need?
All good.
Moving out.
Eterian's wisdom guide you.
So Lightning Dragon, it's all about like wisdoms, tinkerings. Earth Dragon is like beat the shit out of everything. Fire Dragon is like smithing, blacksmiths. EP Dragon. Good game? A very good game. A Merc could try this out too, it's really good. I might have been spoiling the game though since I'm streaming this one, but I'm enjoying it. I'm playing it very blind. Are you trying to fight me inside the cage?
Interesting. So I was right after all. This could be a breakthrough. Ah, a newcomer. Pardon me, I didn't notice you. I'm invested in my research. I'm Grandir, a researcher.
Oh?
I'm Glyde, and this is Wing. What's going on? Why are you keeping the undead here?
Ah, yes. They aren't just any undead. They are my test subjects. Thanks to them, this place is safe. I assume you have many questions. I suppose I could spare some time to put your mind at ease. Ask away.
Tell me about yourself. Who are you exactly?
Prior to the disaster, I had been one of the top researchers in the Terra domain. My main task was cataloging hostile creatures, learning and recording their behaviors, traits, strengths, weaknesses, and so on. My research would then be used to prepare and train sentinels to deal with said creatures on their missions.
But somehow Grandir's role reminds me of Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter researchers. Like they're also cataloging the monsters, allow hunters to have like a better understanding of the monsters before you go in. Similar, I would say, similar.
Sometimes the research would also be exchanged with other factions, providing there would be mutual benefit to it.
How did you end up here? Researching something in the area?
I was sent to Iceguard to attend a summit to exchange my work with other scholars. However, I never managed to get there. When the undead started appearing everywhere and attacking everything, we abandoned our journey and hid here in this cave.
Can I just say that I really love your curved horns like that? Like you have like a fin horns and then you have like a curved horn? Damn, so unique.
What are you researching now if you did not intend to be here?
Since my old research is not very useful here, I've shifted my focus to the corruption and the undead. It is fascinating, to say the least, how it all works together. The undead, the corruption, the big corrupted crystals, they all seem to have their purpose here. We just have to find it, and I vow to be the one to figure it out.
I mean, their purpose could be just destroying the dragon world, no?
Sounds ambitious. I really hope your research will help us all out in the long run.
Oh, most certainly it will. In fact, I might have already made a breakthrough. What else can I help you with?
Those undead, do you experiment on them?
Of course. I cannot wait to rip them apart with my claws and see what they're made of. So exciting.
Okay, I mean, alright, you're a researcher, I understand that, but... Okay!
What do you mean? How can you be talking like that? They're attacking and killing anything that moves. You should get rid of them.
Calm yourself down, Glyde. Grandir was clearly sarcastic.
Oh, pardon my sense of humor. I didn't mean to offend. No, these subjects won't be disposed of. They are helping us.
Oh.
Undead? Helping? Is this another joke?
I feel I'm Glyde.
They aren't aware of it, but they are helping. Let me explain. I've spent a long time observing and studying the effects of the corruption and its effects on the undead. It is interesting how one step in the corruption rapidly changes them. The way they behave, how they become more active and aggressive. They appear to patrol the areas near the corruption. They are not the same undead we recorded so far.
Have you noticed something out of the ordinary?
Yes. My apologies. Sometimes I can get carried away when talking about this subject. Indeed. Not long ago, I noticed something that made me think.
This is about to get interesting.
Yeah, I'm just glad.
You might or might not have noticed it yourself, but the undead keep the numbers the same if undisturbed.
Huh? I never thought about observing them for longer. What do you mean?
If they are left undistracted within the area, they appear at greatly reduced rate, if not at all. This makes me believe that something somewhere knows if the undead have taken over the area. While this is a theory for now, so far with the help of my subjects, it seems to have shown promising results.
So because there's three monsters in this place, then it will not spawn anymore?
But as exciting as it seems, this is another conversation we need to have. Let me know if you want to hear more about the results. What else can I help you with?
So, what results have you had so far? You have mentioned a breakthrough.
So far, I'm still testing my theory. You see, before we captured those undead, we had been attacked multiple times. Few undead have even spawned right where you stand. We have lost a few due to the random attacks like this. But since we have captured those undead and locked them in cages, the attacks have stopped.
Fascinating. Do you think this could be just a coincidence?
That is indeed what I'm testing now. For weeks, we haven't had a single undead spawn here. I believe the presence of the undead here drives the other undead away. Maybe they think the camp is theirs?
I did notice nearby camps are not actively fighting the undead. Did you tell them about your findings?
No, I did not. Not yet. Only Valgar from the central outpost is aware. I don't want them to risk capturing and keeping the undead without being certain if my theory is right. I'm almost there, but I still have some testing to do. Once I prove my theory works, I shall share the information with the other camps in detail. Then we will plan together and send messengers to all the other regions. This could increase survival chances greatly.
Wow. All this? It's incredible. I hope you'll manage to finish your research soon. Everybody needs to know.
Glyde is right. This information may be crucial in saving many lives. It is your responsibility, Grandir.
If you ever need anything to speed up your research, please let me know. I'll do my best to help.
Thank you, Glyde. I will definitely share my findings once I'm absolutely certain they won't bring more harm. What else can I help you with?
Thank you for sharing the details of your research with me, Grandir.
I appreciate your patience, Glyde. Not many take interest in my research. May Gyarados keep you both safe.
And then this thing is just trying to kill me while inside. What if I... can I maybe? Oh! Oh, he doesn't lose health. They don't lose health. Oh my god, we have more dragon baby. Hi.
Terrible. All of it is terrible. Curse this vile corruption.
Oh hey, it's a first nature dragon.
Hey, what's wrong? What happened?
This purple disease. It has taken the one I'm bonded with, draining him. I don't know how long he has left.
What is your name? Do you know where he is? We might be able to help.
I'm Leah.
We went to check on our friends at the Castle Gate camp. On the way back, Karov collapsed and I couldn't do anything. My healing powers have left me.
Don't worry. Wing and I will find him. You can count on that.
Oh no, don't do that.
Thank you, Glyde. Please, find a way to save my beloved Karov.
I really love that horn, by the way, and the wings and the accents are just all leaves.
Can I help you with anything else before you go?
Caretaker?
If you don't mind me asking, what are you doing here exactly?
Why are you asking that?
My partner and I are caretakers for the Whelplings. We keep them safe from this corruption, as most call it. Also, this place is my home, however broken it might be.
Aww.
The little ones wouldn't survive long on their own. Sooner or later, undead would stumble upon them. We have to keep them safe and care for them.
Don't worry. Once Wing and I kick these undead out, everything will be back to normal and the Whelplings will be safe again.
I wish I could take the young ones out of the cave again so they can play outside. We haven't been able to do so in months.
We will do our best to make this area safe. Just do one thing for me if you could. Don't give up hope.
I will try not to. Thank you, Glyde. May Lysandria have you in her favor. Is there something I can help you with?
What can you tell me about Karoth?
My dear Karoth, he is my world. I wouldn't be who I am if it wasn't for him. He is loving, caring, and everything I need. He would always put others first, before thinking about himself.
How long have you known each other?
Time flies so fast when you're happy. We met a long time ago, when we were young adults, and we have been together since.
Whoa, it's really impressive that you've managed to stick together for this long.
It's a relationship, Glyde. When the relationship works out, I mean, okay, yeah, you know, I'm Glyde. I don't know about anything.
I hope for you that you will also find your second half someday, if you haven't already.
It would be nice to settle down someday.
This was unexpected. I did not know you were thinking about relationships. Have you finally grown up?
Uh-oh.
Hey, I might be a bit all over the place, but I would want to settle down one day, you know.
You two are funny. Just give it some time.
Thank you, Leah. I wish you and Karoth all the best.
Is there something I can help you with?
Have you heard anything about Lysandria?
We've heard nothing. The capital seems to be surrounded. Not even the sentinels have breached the enemy lines.
Oh, it's the Guardian speaking. I was like, huh, why is there suddenly echoed the voice?
Are they really that strong?
We don't really know. Many rumors are going around. It's hard to decide what is real and what's not. Those undead creatures. There might be something else.
What do you mean?
All we have gathered so far is that we may just be underestimating the corruption.
It might be a little pet peeve of mine because it's also a shit ton of work, but you know, I would love some lip sync in here. It's just me asking. It's just me asking for a lot. I understand. You know, being able to like lip sync on every single voice for lip sync. It's tough. I get it.
So, I understand that there hasn't been any information about Lysandria herself?
This is already a heckin' good game, and here I am trying to nitpick.
She wouldn't fall easily. The sanctum is also protected by her magical guardians in addition to her royal guard. It would take an army to take them down.
I worry that the undead might just be the army who could succeed. Let us hope I am wrong.
In that case, all we can do is just pray for a miracle. And hope that they won't be able to breach the sanctum.
We won't let this happen. Those undead won't know what hit them.
I wish you good luck, Glyde. I pray for your success and your safe return. Is there something I can help you with? Thank you for your kindness both. I will pray for your safety.
Leah is cute. And then we have baby dragon. Small dragon noises. I love the small dragon noises. Oh, so fucking adorable. Oh. Don't think that's intended.
Orange scales. How weird.
Why do I need this? Why do I need the crystals? Got him. Yeah, slowly getting used to the combat system now. Hey, dragon fruit.
I'll never get bored of dragon fruits.
Glyde sounds like Sonic. I don't know how much I don't know if I like it or do I hate it. Oh, we have shielded monsters again. Hi. Oh boy, I keep messing up. I think it would be best if I just use this. I mean, I think it's just me.
Dragon fruits.
Yes, dragon fruits. Where? It's just a bit of a me problem with this thing because I'm never good with exploring. I need to be told what exactly to be done in games like these, but it's alright. I'll take it slow. Like sometimes exploring is really what I struggle with. It's like sometimes if I'm not being told what exactly needs to be done, I'll just spin in the same place over and over non-stop. Well, sometimes anyway. Is there a map? Oh, there's a camera. Oh, you have camera but not map. Okay. Hmm? You know, sometimes I love rocks like this. Sometimes it allows you to sequence break. Well, sometimes. Can I grab this?
Hey, dragon fruits.
Wait, am I back here again? Oh shit, I feel I'm running at the same place over and over again. Okay, I've been here. I don't have the power of wind.
Dragon fruits.
That's not dragon fruit. Oh, wait, I think I broke the game. I mean, wasn't this supposed to be locked? Yeah, it looks like it's inside that ruin. Let's not do that. We don't sequence break, don't sequence break. I guess I would say that sometimes the hitbox is a little bit inconsistent. Like an attack that looks like it hits whiffs instead. And then again, these are my nitpicks. I'm already enjoying this game so much. Nitpicks. What did I do? What the fuck? Oh, okay.
Yes, dragon fruits. I love how they taste.
Like the third hit sometimes whiffs when it's like point blank range. It's a little bit weird to me. But then again, what I know. That was accidental. And I'm so glad I figured out what to do. I feel like I might have sequence braked. ED. I might have broken the sequence, which is not definitely not what I intend to do. I actually don't even know where I am anymore. Oh. Why are you aiming at this? You just want me to kill this thing, don't you? There we go. We got him. That's a stretched out actually. Oh, I love playing demos sometimes. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. I don't look it in there. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe the move has a lot of pushback than I thought. Hmm. Oh. Wow, it's stinky. Hi, Dex. Big lick.
The enemy is strong, but we are stronger together. The undead, they are different. How could life be so cruel?
Oh no.
Please, stay safe out there.
The undead can't reach us here. We have the high ground.
The enemy is strong, but we are stronger
Hello there.
together.
Hello there. Why does that hello there sound so familiar?
The truth is often what we make of it.
The undead, they are
In my experience,
different.
there is no such thing as luck. The undead can't reach us here. We have the high ground. Hello there.
Hello there. Hope you're doing good, thanks. Oh, hi.
Oh, hi there.
Hello. You seem rather...
Positively charged?
Yeah, that.
My name is Sarah. I am a performer. Or was. Though I do try to lighten the mood around the camp like I used to back in Zerakas.
Wow, a performer. It's good to meet you, Zer.
Right back at you, friend.
My name's Glyde, and this is Wing.
I see. Glyde.
Something on your mind?
Indeed. I think I've heard about you before, actually.
Oh? I mean, I do go places, and I am sort of on a mission, so to speak.
A mission?
Perhaps it is best not to elaborate too much, Glyde.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure the Primordials would want those who are able to help people to do something.
You know what? Sure, I won't pry. You've got flair, something that Sarah likes. Anyway, got any questions? I can answer questions.
Lightning Dragons? Obi-Wan? Obi-Wan? Obi-Wan?
It's been a while since I've had a longer talk with someone from Zerakas.
Really? I'm honored then.
You seem rather enthusiastic. Are you just really happy?
A positive outlook on life makes small and big surprises like you showing up that much more engaging. Ecstatic!
And I thought Glyde was the energetic one.
Hey, Zer. Can you do that thing some of you zappy performers love doing?
Make some sound. That I can.
Wow. The dragon's Easter egg that you were speaking with?
Wow, that's amazing. You're really good at it.
Oh, you should have seen me before this great crisis. I'm a little low on lightning juice these days, unfortunately, but I'm glad you liked it. Any other subject you would like to talk about?
Crisis?
So, this whole ordeal. I'm guessing it's also really bad in Zerakas?
Yep. I was on my way back to my home in Purun from a tour here in Viridia. Our trek to the border west of Glacier Pass was cut short by the corruption.
What happened?
Well, we were struck, and most of us were knocked unconscious, even our escort. When we woke up, we were more or less surrounded and without our abilities.
That sounds tough. How did you get out of there?
I got away thanks to a lightning bomb that I was armed with.
A bomb? That seems dangerous to keep on you.
It paralyzes non-lightning dragons. I used to have one on me just in case I'd be a soldier.
Emotional damage!
Anyway, I took it, threw it at some of the undead, and ran right past them as it stunned them.
Why is it at this low sound? Sorry. There, okay.
Then I yelled at the others to make sure they saw the opening.
All quotes from Obi-Wan? Kenobi? Kenobi from Star Wars. No wonder. I never really watched Star Wars at all. Most notably, hi Glyde, hello there. Oh. Grab, Glyde, Roxas, Glyde. Look at this dragon game.
Some of my comrades who had just woken
Dragon
up
game,
made charge
Roxas.
through the stunned undead, and we escaped together. But not all made it out of there. Some were still unconscious or wounded. We got lucky.
I still have trouble accepting just how many got hurt or fell during this catastrophe. Are your comrades around here?
Sadly, no.
No.
On our way through Viridia towards Avaland, we were attacked at night as we had made camp. We were forced to split up.
The others here seem nice, but I also hope that you'll be reunited with your friends.
I do talk with the others here. They're happy to have me as company.
Nice.
I can't wait to see my comrades again. I hope they're safe out there.
Me too. I'll tell them where you're at if I come across any of them.
Oh, thank you. Alright, let us not get all negatively charged here. Any other subject you would like to talk about?
What kind of performances do you usually do?
Music and dancing, of course. I'm a little surprised you've never heard of Zer's Fair.
What a quizzical name.
I perform both alone and sometimes with my comrades who would support me.
Ooh.
That sounds exciting. How do you do it?
Like this.
Lightning Dragons, huh? So many quirks. No wonder game 2 I finished achievement on Crab. Well, that's on you.
It requires a lot of practice, but I use a harmless electronic current and manipulate the frequency.
Oh.
Normally I'd be able to do it louder and for longer, but yeah, it is what it is. I can at least still practice.
That is honestly very interesting. I could see how you would combine that with dancing.
Yep. The only problem currently is that it is too exhausting to also dance.
Aw, I was hoping to see some nice moves. I haven't really had much experience with dancing, but I think I would like to learn one day.
Oh, Glyde dancing?
Next time we cross paths, I can teach you some.
One interesting thought. I suggest it is something to indulge in only when there is extra time to rest.
Okay, Wing, okay.
We still have much to do. Perhaps when all of this is over, it can be something to pursue.
Whispering with your guardian?
Oh, it's just... Wing has a point. I'd be interested, but maybe in the future. I have much to do.
Aww.
Of course! There's no stopping the adventuring sort after all. Any other subject you would like to talk about?
I'll be on my way, but I may stop by again sometime. Stay safe.
And positively charged.
Certainly. You two be safe out there.
There has this accent that I really like. I don't even know what kind of accent is there. Like, is this?
No doubt they will. What an amazing pair.
I love Zare's voice. Let me check. Oh, it is Obi-Wan. Or Obi-Wan?
The truth is often what we make of it. In my experience, there is no such thing as luck.
I'm gonna assume these are all quotes from Obi-Wan?
The undead can't reach us here. We have the high ground.
Oh yeah, the high ground, of course.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hello there. Oh, hi.
I don't think I've ever seen you before. Welcome to the Central Outpost. My name is Valkar, and I command this outpost. We don't get to see many new faces nowadays.
Hi, I'm Glyde, and this is my friend Wing. It's been a while since I've seen an Earth Dragon.
You will definitely see more of us in the area. We guard numerous camps and outposts in these dire times.
Is this the first Earth Dragon I'm supposed to meet? I think I sequence break something.
Feel free to come back and rest whenever you want. Anything else I can help you with?
The outpost.
Seems like this place is pretty safe. How long have you been stationed here?
We've been protecting this place almost since the beginning. This is a key location in this area. We act as a middle hub between all other outposts. These ruins have proven to be quite a reliable temporary home. We have good escape routes and plenty of dragon fruits. Undead cannot reach us, and if they somehow manage to get up here, we can easily knock them down.
Being higher up is definitely an advantage. We have not noticed any dragons here when we were walking along the path.
It appears that undead in general have problems with reaching higher places.
That is precisely it. Most of the dragon outposts will be located higher up. There might be a couple exceptions, but generally, the higher the better.
There are more outposts around here? We should probably check on them as well.
We have one outpost. We've seen one outpost, the one with Karov, I think?
Last time I heard from them, they reported as per usual. Multiple smaller attacks repelled successfully. I'm sure they're fine.
That is good to know. I've heard Earth Dragons are good fighters. I wish you all the best.
My chair is so noisy.
Anything else?
Hi, Tiny Panda. I almost got demoted from Bussin when I really wanted Tekken King. I mean, with the new Kazuya buff and more buff. Oh, do I want to play Kazuya again? But yeah, I never really got to such high ranks, honestly. My highest rank is just 10 Ryu and that's it. Being able to get to Bushin is already such an achievement.
Anything new about undead? How are things around here?
Well, the situation is complicated. As you have probably seen, they're everywhere. Whenever we manage to defeat some undead, they just keep coming back. There's something about this corruption.
Didn't Grandia? Was it Grandia? I forgot. The researcher dragon told you about this?
We noticed it too. Sometimes multiple undead can spawn even from the minor corruption. There is no end to them.
I was orange when I found your stream. I think I remember. Apparently I've been following since October of last year. I was playing something else. I remember you joining with the raid, but that's all I can remember. From whose raid? I'm not too sure. I only started tuning in when you were doing Tekken 8 though. That's fair, that's fair. I can totally understand. Tuning into some content that matches to your liking is very normal, I would say. Yeah.
Exactly. Sometimes it takes minutes, sometimes hours, and sometimes days. But they do show up again eventually. There's no pattern. However, my friend Grundir,
It is
stationed at
Grundir.
Safe Haven Outpost in a nearby cave, has discovered something interesting about undead behavior.
I wonder what it could be. Regardless, any information about undead will be useful. It might be worth paying them a visit, Glyde.
I checked my chat history. You were playing the beta. Oh, and first mission. Come on, she was. I love messages like that. You know, I have huge peppers, right? And then me punching them is probably just like a boop or something.
About their behavior, you say? We will definitely speak with Grundir about it when we're there.
I might have sequence break in this game. Oh no.
Anything else?
What's the plan?
So, what's the plan? Are you gonna stay here forever?
Hey, look, it's Obi-Wan.
Of course not. This outpost is temporary. We are planning to eventually retake those big castle ruins you can see from here.
Like lately, I feel like I've been playing 2 games only. Monster Hunter Frontier and also Tekken 8. I feel like I've been getting back to Tekken 8 more now. I got my Devil Jin to Garyu. I mean, Reina is still at Tenryu and Kazuya is at Shinryu. But with the huge buff for Kazuya, I've seen some disgusting shit that Kazuya can do, and I like it. Kazuya requires high execution, and the high execution is being rewarded in this new patch. And finally, triple electric into dash in Downfall 1, Downfall 2 is a thing now, and oh my god. I've never been so excited to play Tekken. But I feel like I want to check out some of the Steam Next Fest demos this week. I have this, I have Ember Isle, I have Yowling, I have Isle of Swaps that I want to try out. Very exciting stuff.
It's just... at the moment, we just don't have a way to do it, especially without magic. One of those big, corrupted crystals fell right in the middle of the castle ruins. That place is swarming with undead.
Maybe it is for the better. They don't seem to be able to get out of the castle.
It is a curse and a blessing, I would say. Yes, the walls are keeping them within, so they don't overrun us. However, we could use such a big place with massive walls for our community.
True.
Let me investigate the castle. Maybe I could help.
Alone? You must have a death wish. I recommend you stay away from there. If you really want to help, be ready for an offensive when the time comes. Do not make stupid decisions.
This is such a normal reaction to like a young adventurer wanting to, oh, there's a place that is swarming with undead that could kill you in a few swipes. I'm gonna go there and check it out. Usually the game NPC will just be like, oh, then please be careful and don't die. Right? Usually that's how the NPC reacts. This is the most normal reaction I've seen. Like, don't go there, stupid. Essentially just that, right?
Don't worry. I tend to think through 99% of the decisions I make.
Oh no.
Of course you do, Glyde. Of course.
Anything else?
Alright.
That's everything. Thank you for your help.
You are most welcome. Be sure to stay safe out there. May Garodis guard you with his stone wings.
Stone wings. Gosh, there's so many dragons in this place. I'm not playing Monster Hunter. I'm still pressing D-pad to change the camera angle. Oh my god. I have brain rot right now. My Monster Hunter brain rot. Oh, it's because of this, okay. How did I even get here just now?
The truth is often what we make of it.
It's a nice combo, right? That works. Oh my god, it's instant. The fire deals so much more damage. I love how there's like the music is almost comical. I love it. I think fire pushes them away. Yeah, fire pushes them away. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm somehow stuck. Help. I cannot jump. I cannot dash. Help. Why am I stuck here? I have found a problem. Help. I'm stuck. I actually cannot move. What did I do to deserve this? Help. Help, I'm stuck! Game! No! What do I do? I actually cannot do anything. Oh wait, leave? God! Let me go! I want to play the game! I want to play the game! I get soft locked and I don't think I saved. I don't even remember when is the last time I saved. Oh no. The camera is now moving on its own. There's no fast travel though. I'm fine. Damage yourself to respawn? Is that what to damage myself? It's so close. I want to stand there.
Burn in my wake.
Let me go there. Yeah. Oh, I just realized Glyde has stamina bar? Can you ashes to ashes yourself? Can you do that? Yeah, that didn't work. God. I'm sad. Sad cobalt noises. When's the last time I saved? I don't know. Central outpost? Oh, okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not too bad.
The undead can't reach us here. We have the high ground.
The enemy is strong, but we are stronger together.
We are stronger together.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hello there.
The undead, they are different. How could life be so cruel? Please, stay safe out there. The enemy is strong, but we are stronger together.
The truth is often what we make of it. In my experience, there is no such thing as luck.
OB1? Yeah. I think it's OB1.
The undead can't reach us here.
I never watched Star Wars. I didn't know what this is. It's just a hello there is so familiar. And then someone told me like, oh, it's actually someone from Star Wars. I didn't even know what Star Wars was. Or like is. I know what it is, I just never watched it. Oh! Well, I'm down here now. In episode 3, there's a scene with Obi-Wan where he drops down in the middle of the droid army and just go, hello there. So that's what it is. Looks a little like a dragon version of Devil May Cry. Yeah, it's like the collectibles of Spyro. The combat of a little bit of Dawn of the Dragon. Well, I would say Dawn of the Dragon is music-wise. The combat system is very Devil May Cry, yeah. It's really good, I like it. Like, I never played Devil May Cry at all, so I'm glad that this is my Devil May Cry experience. What sort of? Dragon fruits? Alfie, not Alfie. Alfie? Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome. You don't even know the start of it. They have the storm that is approaching, provoking black clouds in isolation. What? Since when you have something so profound, Jade? They all sound so profound, but I don't know what that means. Want to learn about motherfucking Infinite? Light punch, light kick, heavy punch, heavy kick. See, I can do it again. Oh, that will whiff? I like it. Life made of misery, maybe? Maybe the ephemeral crest is the demon of death? Oh my god, what's going on? What is it? What is that? The demon of death? That sounds kind of scary. I got food. You will see, Kobold? Will I? I mean, I probably will. Oh, what are you aiming at? Oh. Ooh, that's cool. I just love to chase my own tail. Will she? I have no idea. Hi, AC Tiger. This is running a lot smoother on your setup than it ran on mine. Oh! I mean, I have a slightly below average setup, I think. I mean, I'm just glad that the game runs well on my PC. I mean, I have to, like, turn down a little bit of settings, and it works. Oh, I messed up. I had to turn on some stuff to get it running smooth. Yeah, same. Like when I turn up the gram fix, my 2D avatar is not moving at all. I just think it's kind of funny. There we go. Hopefully by the time the game is fully out, I will have much better hardware. Yeah, same, honestly. We know that you closed your Dragon Hoarding Simulator launch, Glyde. Is there a Dragon Hoarding Simulator? Gee, why did you never tell me about it? Oh god. I want a Dragon Hoarding Simulator. It's KOBO's dream to have a bunch of dragons. I mean, it's also KOBO's dream to serve a bunch of dragons as well. Pig. Eat mine? Nah, eat my... I think the base form is so much more. Oh, that's the castle. The commander is talking about, right? Now I can definitely tell that the moveset is definitely heavily inspired by Dawn of the Dragon. Right? Even the combat system is like, well, not the combat system, but the input. The button input is kind of similar. Oh. More shinies. So I guess at some point I should be able to destroy those crystals. Because now if I get in, I'm just gonna die. I'm probably gonna need the power of nature before I can get in and deal with those things. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. There has to be some way that I can get nature power.
Here we go.
And Glyde sounds like Sonic. Is it just me? Or like Glyde sounds and feels like Sonic. Wow, really? Instantly? Seriously? Alright, I'm gonna wait for you to get up now. If you're gonna instantly respawn every time, there we go. That works. I wanted to check out the game Fear and Hunger on Steam, but it's not available in my region. Would make sense. Fear and Hunger it ticks out every box you shouldn't tick off in Germany. Really? Shit. That's really unfortunate. What's the game about though? Hi.
Walter, are my eyes deceiving me? Is it our good friend Glyde? Oh, what a coincidence to see you here!
Who the fuck are you?
Please, don't pretend you're surprised. We both know you're following me.
Oh, following? I would call it being in the right place at the right time. After all, I always have something useful to offer.
I have a feeling this time is no different. And let me guess. Does it have something to do with that floating island over there?
Oh, it's Mr. Moneybags.
Oh my, you are so clever. You guessed it. I can get you to this island in no time. And because you are my favorite customer, I will offer you 2 exclusive packages to pick from.
Tell me what you've got.
Today, we offer the easy and quick passage to the island for a small amount of 800 crystals. Or a hard passage for even less, only 600 crystals. What do you say?
Bitch, this is actually just Mr. Moneybags. God damn it. My crystals are mine. Ah, fuck, do I really have to give you the crystals? I'll give you a hard one, god damn it. It's about fear and hunger. I mean, fair enough. Germany doesn't know how to pronounce censorship. The dudes responsible for such stuff are utter fools here. Ugh, that's so unfortunate. But what if one gives you the game? I don't think Mert would be able to access it, since it's like totally unplayable in the region. Good example, Gears of War 1 censored in Germany. No blood, no gore, nothing. Gears of War 2 not censored in Germany. Who cares about blood and gore? God damn it. That's too hard.
A bit stingy, are we? Well, 600 crystals is 600 crystals.
You're the fucking ass here.
Hard passage coming up.
Oh my god, my crystals.
Make sure to recommend us to your friends. If you have any, that is.
Which floating island are you talking about? That one? I'm so confused. My hard-earned shinies. That person, that thing just stole 600 crystals from the KOBO? The audacity of that little shit. Oh, that heals. Oh, that heals. Where am I even going? Oh, is that the hard passage? Oh, you want me to do some platforming? I mean, I can definitely do that. Tara, why didn't you say you have fucking Taragas of all people in your friends list? Because we're... Huh? We're friends. What do you mean? I mean, I got lucky because, I mean, Tarek's is Singaporean and Malaysian, very close. And we met during firm, and then we became friends. But I don't talk much though. I don't really initiate conversation with anyone. So my online presence is like very, very not there. Am I supposed to go to this island? I mean, that's a good looking dragon though. Floating out of air. Oh, Yorun.
Huh? Who are you? How did you get up here?
Hi.
Hey, I'm Glyde. Well, you aren't gonna believe me, but some undead spawned this passage for me.
Oh, that makes you sound so suspicious, Glyde. Don't say that.
Yeah, right. Haha, undead magician helping dragons. That's a new one. And I am a dragon fruit.
You said you wouldn't believe me anyway.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter anymore. Until you messed it all up. Once someone went down, they couldn't get back up. Now everyone can come here.
And what's wrong with that? There are plenty of other outposts on the ground. It's not like everyone will suddenly move in here.
Glyde is right. This place appears safer than being on the ground. Those more vulnerable could seek shelter here.
Well, duh, it is safer. Any undead show up, we can just push them down most of the time. But we really don't need more dragons here. We are managing on our own. Besides, those who are born to the land below, they should stay there. We, Wind Dragons, were always meant to be above everyone else. And I, Yorun, will not share my island with them.
Your island? I can't see your name on it. Also, didn't you mention other dragons here? Maybe they wouldn't mind?
Tuh, well, they don't even have to know about this situation. We don't need to know their opinion. Just leave us be. We especially don't need your elementless kind here.
Oh wow, what a element. What's the word again? Elementis. I don't even know what word is that.
As things stand now, you're the one without the element here, and I'm gonna put you in your place.
Oh, we're gonna fight?
Glyde, it is not worth it. Preserve your strength. I'm sure Yorun will learn his lesson. Maybe we should ask some of the Sentinels to pay him a visit here.
God damn it, Wing! I want to beat the shit out of Yorun.
Sentinels, you wouldn't do that. Surely you know they would just take this island over and throw us out. We will all die down there. Just please leave.
No, I want to fucking.
You're pathetic, Yorin. Let's go, Wing. We are done here.
Hey, wait! We can talk this through, please.
Hey, can I talk to you again?
I'm sorry. I just want us to live in peace. Don't tell the Sentinels about the passage. Do whatever you want here, but please, this is our home.
Hey, Yorun, them's fine words, you little shit. Too late now. I wish I could beat the shit out of him though. I may be a violent kobold, but hit me? Damn, that's tough to kill. Want to learn about motherfucking infinite? Ow, fuck. He just wants me to fight in there. Yeah, go there. Nice. They locked it. Same shit that happened with Atomic Hearts here. Yep, not publisher locked, Steam locked. That sucked. Steam locked. Oh, it's this guy. Armor? It looked like such a cool game though, why lock it? I don't know how they work. Man, I really like this lightning dragon thing. I mean, the skills are really good. But I don't like the moveset. It's either fire or elementless for me. Because Pocket Cat exists. Honestly, that might be legit the reason. Pocket Cat? It's just a cat though. Unless Pocket Cat means something else, but I honestly don't see anything other than Pocket Cat. What else could it be? Oh, yeah, it's a different meaning. Okay. Fear and Hunger is even banned on Twitch. Oh my god. There's a fucking child trafficker in the game. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a big deal. I guess it being banned on Twitch is also understandable, I guess. A little bit, I would say. Oh, it's that one. Oh my god, I'm getting stun locked. Getting stun locked. Oh my god, that really sucked. They blocked the ultimate. I guess the shield is really strong. Wow, when two of the enemies together, it's so disgusting. I got a 90%, 97% review score in the time it was available though. Hi, Scare Eye. Beep boop. I mean, I love boops. So the majority of people has to suffer from the opinion of one single dude that has the overall ruling. Welcome to counseling. It's so bad. So now we can get wind form. Been a while, how's it going? Yeah, it has been a while. I'm doing pretty good. Now I'm just enjoying a few demos that I have that I found that I really like. Yeah. I mean, this being one of them. All for obvious reasons that I get to play as a dragon. Oh, hi.
There totally isn't any treasure behind that locked gate. Nope, don't even ask me. You will never find it. If I told you anything, I would have to kill you. Armor piece? What armor piece?
Oh.
There totally isn't any treasure behind that locked gate.
I need that thing. I've seen reviews of this game and got interested. In my opinion, it seems like a really good game. Shame they banned it. Yeah. Although I never heard of it though. Okay, we are wind now. Spear of air, cross winds, wind vortex. Is that crosswinds? Oh my god, that's insane. Got him. Oh, wind is insane. Okay. Okay. I see. Oh, wind is good. Looks like a Spyro game. I mean, heavily inspired is what I would say, right? I mean, I'm just glad there's other dragon, other games that allows you to play as a dragon, like proper dragon, right? Other than Spyro, that's so rare for games like this. I'm just glad there's other games like this other than Spyro. We have Glyde now, and it's great. We have a combat of Devil May Cry, the gameplay of Spyro of some sort, and music of Dawn of the Dragons. Are you on beta branch of Steam by chance? I wonder if I just say memory if you would it work or not. So now I can just do this. Wait, I want to talk to that. Oh, he's gone. He's just gone. Yeah, I'm playing Wind Element forever. The combo potential for the tornado is too good. Oh, wait, no, he's here. Hi, I'm you now.
I'm sorry. I just want us to live in peace. Don't tell the Sentinels about the passage.
Hey.
Do whatever you want here, but please, this is our home.
Well, the dragon mentioned that there's like a armor piece behind, right? Maybe I could just sort of. Can I cheese my way through? Well, I certainly am trying. Oh, hey, look, I cheesed it. I don't know if this is intended or not. This is what you get for allowing me to play as a dragon, okay? Oh my god. Just getting destroyed. See, the combat is ever so satisfying. Dark Iron Hind Legs Bracer. So, do I wear it some... Oh wait, I'm just wearing it. Plus movement speed, plus 70 health? Oh my god, okay. Okay, I feel like this has to be intended. Why would I want to pay 10 shiny? That's a waste of my 10 shinies. Get out. You want a KOBO to pay 10 shinies? When a KOBO can just do this? Huh? I'm saving my 10 shinies. There, we good? Hi.
Nope, don't even ask me. You will never find it.
Shit, you're right. I'm never going to find it. Unfortunate. Oh wait, there's something shiny behind me though. And KOBOs are known for giving away shinies, right? And then to think that I have to pay 600 for the passage to this island. The audacity of that little shit. Cannot believe it. And can I just use this? Oh, oh okay. Oh, so it's a predetermined. Okay. That is cool as fuck. Hi. Isn't Wind Dragon too strong? Delicious? Wait, what happened? Oh my god, Merp, what? Merp, oh my god. I heard you need no, it's in the game. Merp. I heard delicious. Thank you, Merp. Oh my god. It's a shared shiny. Yippee yip. Thank you, Merp. I was just like, I need shinies in the game. Yeah, Merp. Yip yip friend. I could just swim, right? Just get a bunch of shinies here. Mr. Book. Hi. Oh, Crosswind's like an orb that just homes. Ah, $3 can make KOBO very. Oh my god! I mean, $3 is a lot. I mean, KOBO will definitely very. Don't even know how to talk anymore. Well, I need to change that.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
Here's some more shiny, but dragon will boop hard.
Dragon will boop hard? A dragon boop? I'm getting a dragon boop and a hard dragon boop? Oh my god, that's a win-win. You can pay me in chicken nuggies. And I mean, chicken nuggies sounds really good though. Thank you, Scare Eye. 100 gems, oh my god. Thank you. The generosity. am very happy kobold. I just love how I'm collecting shiny both here, both in the game and also in the chat. I just got like multiple shinies. Oh, that's Earth. I don't have Earth yet. Am I sequence breaking? I actually have no idea. Oh, it's you. No. No. Nice. I'm bribing KOBO into service of Dragon. And you don't need to bribe a KOBO to, you know. A KOBO will always serve dragons, I would say. It's just kobold things. Or at least for this kobold, serving dragons is always nice. This kobold right here. Maybe kobolds have different I don't know, different feel on serving dragons. But this one is a little bit different. This one just loves serving dragons. Might sound wrong though. Got him. I'm gonna assume they're like a mini boss or some sort. But the wind power really makes it a lot easier. I don't know if it's intended, but it feels like I can cancel glide into like a third jump or like third mini jump. Hey.
How did I end up here again?
Are you lost?
Oh, you're Ice Dragon.
No, an ice dragon of my stature is never lost. I am simply making my own way. I am Materia. And you are?
I respect that.
Glyde, you're making your way into a lava cave? Place is rather warm for an ice dragon. Are you sure you're not lost?
Glyde, he's not lost, Glyde. It's okay.
I am looking for my brother. I do not have a
Wait.
I think he may not be here though. I've searched every inch of this dreadful place.
I'm gonna yip. Oh my god. I'm gonna yip. Hi, Numbers.
There's a few cameras the
Finiku.
other way if you need help. Or I can. What's his name?
Haitian. Like I said, I'm very doubtful he is here. He wouldn't just stop in a place like this.
I'll keep an eye out for him anyway. Stay safe here, alright?
Yip. Yip. Yeah. We're gonna yip. Yip. All the yips. All the yips. Yip yip. I didn't know. Can I yip too? How's the cutest KOBO? KOBO is doing pretty okay. Actually, KOBO is doing really good. Because KOBO gets to play the dragon game. Yip. Oh, the sound of my people. The sound of my people. They're coming. All the yips. The yips are louder than I thought. Oh my. Oh my. The yips. Is there anything about my brother that stands out?
He's bigger and stronger than me. Almost Earth Dragon level. Laughs a lot too. Probably the only one of us with a sense of humor.
Oh.
One of us. Do you have another
Yip.
sibling?
All the yips. All the yips. We love the yips. Did my chat widget break?
A sister. We do not get along these days. It is a long story I'd rather not go into, but we are united in finding our brother.
Hmm.
She's not in this region, however. I'm not quite sure where.
Oh, there it is. It's back. the chat box broke for a little bit.
I'm sure she's safe, wherever she is.
She's fierce enough to stand up to one of those sword-wielding undead. Those lesser ones probably won't stand too much of a chance if she has her way.
Are you from a family of fighters?
Of a sort. I am the more scholarly of us, against my mother's wishes. But she is not here right now, and I'm doing more than her in finding Hayston. What is it now? Are we not done yet?
What do you make of everything here? Is it as bad in Iceguard?
It wasn't that terrible when I left. I don't know how it is now. If
Chat couldn't handle the yip. There was a tad bit too much yip. But I'll take it. As a KOBO, I am very happy with all the yips. Need to make more.
What's he like?
Clever, scholarly, cunning. There's no way the enemy would get the upper talent on him. He'll have traps upon traps and contingencies I can't even begin to dream of.
Oh, kind of like Wing. Not sure about the cunning similarities, though.
Already you forget how I helped us escape the Collector.
Didn't forget. Just seem to remember how we escaped differently.
I feel like I am missing something. Regardless, Glycerion is the epitome of leadership and what all ice dragons should be. I strive to be just like him one day.
Well, you got the right mindset to get there. I'm sure you'll achieve just that.
What is it now? Are we not done yet?
About you.
So what is it you did before this?
Why do you care? This is hardly a place for idle conversation anyway.
I like meeting new dragons. An ice dragon in the middle of a sandy, hot cave looking for his brother? Kinda stands out.
Kinda stands out.
You must forgive his unrefined method of asking. He is genuine in what he says.
Thank you, Wing.
If you must know, I studied various creatures. I also trained to become an honor guard for Glycerion, but I am years off from that.
An honor guard? Huh. How do you do that?
Lots of practice. You must prove your worth physically and with your element, not to mention intellectually.
Hey yo.
Like knowing a lot of creatures?
Intellectually, I'm already gone. Me brain? Not here. Me no brain. Me couldn't speak. Me yip. You want the yips I recorded? You already used a couple of mine, but I have more. You have more? I mean, I wouldn't mind. Actually, I would love to have more merp yips. And I would love to have more me yips. Like my own yip. Maybe I should get some more.
Among other things, survival is key. My family shoved me into a blizzard when I was young.
Oh god.
That is not what I expected.
That sounds not nice.
Yeah, that's not nice.
I must do whatever it takes. My family comes from a prestige line. I cannot fail them.
There's a difference between not failing them and shoving someone into a blizzard.
Yeah.
I had to survive it, yes. And I did. Granted, I was a mere child at the time, so it was difficult.
Complete stunned silence. That's us right there.
What?
Are you okay?
Perfectly. Why?
I just want to make sure. That, sounds traumatic.
That is very traumatic.
I am fine. I've said too much, however, so I am ending this.
Okay, I won't pry, that's fair.
What is it now? Are we not done yet?
I need to go, but if I find your brother, I'll send him your way. Stay safe.
Thanks. I like Ice Dragon. It reminds me of Velkhana. I mean, Velkhana is hot, but then there's also Malzeno. This demo contains so much content. It is actually insane. It is actually insanity how much this game has. As a demo, by the way. This is Terran rhythm game. Use seismic revenge to jump on either parry explosions or dodge rings to beat. Requires of element. There's a rhythm game in this? A rhythm game in a demo, by the way. My goodness. This. That's gonna hurt. That running seemed a little broken just now. Running? Like broken as it is too strong, or just like weird looking? Ow. I genuinely love the combat in this game. It's actually so fucking good. Got him. I mean, the wind element is too strong, I feel like. I'm not even gonna complain. I feel strong and I love it. I sent you all my yips. Okay. Thank you, Merp. I'll check it out afterwards. It's kind of loud sometimes. Hey, man. wind element is kind of hard to deal with this monster. Nah, I'm lazy to deal with those. So... okay. Yay. Oh shit. And then we have a boss. Uh oh. I have no health though. What do you do? Rocket punch? Oh god. KOBO, I must eat. You have a great night. Okay. Have good eat book. Thanks for stopping by. I don't think this is very far back, right? Yeah, it's not, it's not. So there is a counterplay to that monster. I'm surprised how many games have demo or are free on Steam from indies. Yeah, and especially right now it's like the next fest, so there's like a lot of demos that we can try for like new and upcoming indie games. Next fest is always great. It gives you a lot of like games that you can try out. I need Earth Element for this. I can recommend World Cleaner. I finished it. It's so heckin' good. Very adorable game. Oh. Managed no kill? Yeah, I sort of 100% the game. Got all 5-star, got all like no kill, and all the collectibles. I spent quite a time on it too. Quite a bit of time on it. The game is great. I love the game. It's very adorable. Heckin' adorable little game. And then eventually I started to do... Well, I didn't 100% the achievement, but I did 100% all the collectibles in the game possible. Thanks. I should save again. No, It's safe. Why would you hover at no? There, okay. It's funny because when I was trying to like all 5-star on all work cleaner, it was like dinner time, and then I eventually got everything done, but then it's like around 9 PM already. It's like, oh no. It was a good time though. Oh hey. Please don't kill me. Okay. Okay, try not to get hit too much here. Immediately got projectiled. Play it slow, play it slow. It's fine. Now with this guy. Oh my god, the dogs. Oh god. Oh, this is really bad. Oh, that hurt. Oh. Rock Golem. How do I even deal with this? What is that? Homing orb? Oh, I got greedy. I can't see shit too. Oh, this is difficult. I feel like I can win against that. I just need to play more carefully. It's okay, we saved again. So we can just get in. While skipping all the monsters here, I feel like. I got this. There was no health bar just now. I'm out of air dashes. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. Oh my god, I'm so stuck. It's a bit of a problem when the monster is already dead and then the game still locks onto it. Okay. We have more health this time. We can see what the rock golem is all about. Let me get this thing as well. Oh, dodge wrong way. Where's my dodge? Oh yeah, right, there's stamina. Don't dodge too much. Eh. Wait. Nico the Curious. Hi. Teacup party? Wow, there's a teacup now. I fit inside the teacup. Hello. Welcome. What were you playing? Let me do this real quick. Oh, Elden Ring? Wow. It's a game that I haven't played in a long time. How was Elden Ring? Did you beat any boss? Make any progress? Doing some late night Elden Ring? Nice. Elden Ring is so fun. I haven't played Elden Ring in a long time. I just love punching things. Also, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Tiara. I'm a KOBO. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I do art every Monday. Welcome, welcome. It went well. Largely been exploring. It sounds like Elden Ring. I'm glad you had fun. I'm just testing out this game because it's really good. I've been following this game for a long time, and finally they have like a public demo that I can play. I'm gonna play it. It's so heckin' good. Anyway, I'm stuck at this boss for a little bit, but hopefully I can beat it now. Hopefully I can beat it now. Hopefully. I'll try my best. I'll see you later. Gonna hop off. Okay, Scare Eye. Have a great day. Thanks for stopping by. Right, where's this little thing? Crap. I gotta do it. Sound cue, sound cue. Almost dodged the wrong way. We don't mess with that. Is there a feint? Wow. Oh, I thought I dodged the wrong way. Got him. Hi, Solar. Dirks. Hey. We have good Dirks in this game. I'm gonna go and get some eat. I hope that you have a lovely rest of stream, Tiara. Thank you. Have a good sleep. Thanks again for the raid. Really heckin' appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I should probably go back and save, huh? Me. I'm literally 1 HP in a dream moment. Yeah. V lost a streak while on holiday. Wait. But I didn't stream for the past 2 days though. Oh. Also, hi Evie. Sorry about your streak, but I still hope you're doing good. I just missed the last art stream. Oh, right, that's on Monday. Oh, it's okay. I just always appreciate that you're here. It's all good. Okay, what do we have? Tail swipe?
Try to not get surrounded again.
Oh, that's cool. Maybe I should do this like... Oh, it's a counter? Wait. Oh my god, it's a counter. I'm gonna love Earthrealm so much. Yeah. Who thought it's a good idea to give Glyde a counter, huh? Oh my god. Oh shit. That's good. I found it. I had an interesting thought in the shower. I bet you that a lot of the reason I had people targeting me for things like Dead Sea Salt Scrub is because they picked up on the fact that I was very least effeminate, if not transgender. Not too sure what that is. But hi, Violet, it's been a long time. 98 too, so close to 100. I'm trying to do things like Dead Sea Salt Scrub. Is that a bad thing? Like Dead Sea Salt Scrub? Like I'm asking because I don't know what it is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I seem like very insensitive. I'm sorry. Last time me and my partner got verbally abused for like 10 minutes and we couldn't do anything as it was expressed. We moved a little, but they were still yelling to us. Not abuse, she's more just salesman trying to sell me things. Oh, the train I meant to include. That kind of scrub. I was confused, same as KOBO. So it's like a scrub, not like the other bad kind of scrub, is it? I'm sorry, I just felt so insensitive. To use the gaming toxicity, not enough used to real life predatory salespeople. A scrub to make the hands soft. Hey, I kinda want that. I mean, my hand's pretty soft, I think. That's right. I have a counter now, asshole. Feels good. Hit me, hit me, hit me. Actually sent me into a panic today when flying home. I broke down in tears that I tried to ask the flight crew if I could board ahead to feel safe. They understood and oh my god, the entire flight crew checked on me during the flight like 8 times, offering drinks and even snacks every time. Offers you comfort in whatever way is safe. Yeah, I mean, being verbally abused is absolutely horrendous. I'm sorry you have to go through that. At the end of the lead attendant even sat with me, called me beautiful too, while we waited for everyone to get off. Oh, that's honestly really sweet. At least they are very understanding and also caring towards like someone who was obviously in a panic attack and getting abused. Nice. At least that has a good ending to it, but man, the abuse is like so bad. It was the first time it had ever happened, the abuse in 5 months of the journey. But yeah, just that light bulb moment where you realize why people might have pegged to you as someone that wants the stereotypically feminine things. I don't look feminine at all, sad to say. I want to go through the procedure someday. Well, someday. I just want to get through it someday. I don't feel feminine at all. I want to change it. Seismic revenge and jump to either parry, explosions or dodge rings to beat. Oh, seismic revenge. Oh, it's a counter. Okay, so either counter or jump over the rings. What did I do? What do you mean? I don't see anything. What? I don't understand. Is that not it? And jump to either parry explosions or dodge rings to beat. Wait. Oh, hi again, Brecky. It's the flying Brecky. And pounces on Brecky. Reminds me, change the type like estrogen I'm taking. We're gonna try me on patches. Got my estrogen raised 2 yesterday, now 3 tablets a day. Ooh. I don't know how this rhythm game works. Am I not supposed to get hit or something? Oh, I did one. I've been here the whole time, but now I can talk her a bit. Oh, how tight is that? Oh, I understand now. Okay, I get it. Let me try again. So this is nothing, blue is nothing, and now we have this. Boom, 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 boom. Jump, jump, jump. 1, 2, 3. Nice. What did I get? That was fun. What am I trying to interact with? Can I do it again? Oh, I can. Oh, too late. Oh, that counts. I did it again, because why not? I guess that's it. I mean, I don't know what I get, but I get the satisfaction of winning. I love freedom games. All 8 elements. Hi.
Ah, it's you again. What else do you want to bother me with?
I need to go. If I find...
What was that? An exclamation mark. I feel like this game could have helped me a lot if there's a map system. Because I cannot for the life of me understand where I'm going. I am so lost. Yeah, feels good. Now that I know how the enemy works, it feels really good. Hi, Is it okay if I call you Reniros? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to butcher your name every time, but hi. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I guess now I go back? I mean, I have Earth now. Oh, I have Earth now. Earth. Use Sesame to prepare your incoming attacks. You have to give me time to read. So two of them shoot at the same time. You don't expect me to parry twice? Okay. So apparently you can spam it for a little bit. When there's two things coming at the same time, you can sort of parry twice in a row. Sorry, what? Oh, I can just jump. Oh, okay. That's fine. So it's Sim is if you like. Most people call me Sim. Okay. Being a Frost/Light Dirk, I may be a bit biased to Ice Dirks. Very understandable. Being a KOBO, I am biased to all dragons. I love all of them. Shit. Nice. I'm so glad I'm getting so many shinies in this game. Egg? Another egg? What do I do with the egg? So, I don't think there's anything else in there. I feel like all the side quests I haven't done. Right, all the side quests is like, oh, please help me find this person. I haven't found any of them. I feel like I'm gonna need Nature's Power because I feel like all the person that they asked me to find is probably corrupted. You know, the one at the floor. Kobolds are adorable and deserves many hugs and pets. Oh, wow! You know what? I do love many hugs and pets. If some from this Dirk, thank you. always appreciate hugs and pets. And KOBO love them. I'll play counter. You whiffed! I think I like Earth form more. It feels like this skill do a lot more damage and also have a parry. A parry? Yeah, these things. Like, they are corrupted, so they cannot move, and I need nature's power? As the game told me. Thank you, Brecky. Bye-bye. Okay, can they jump up? Nope, they just walk up. I want shiny. Nah, I'm not fighting you again. Oh shit, I need to check the time. What? It's already 5:31? I want to play more. This demo is way longer than I thought. I have to play more about this badminton afterwards. Upset cobalt noises. Man, to think that I have 4 demo that I want to try out. Glyde alone is already like such a boot. Black crystal. Uzrudil. Don't think I want to fight that. Oh hi, it's you again.
Looks like we are out of stock on magical passages. The shop is officially closed. For now at least. Pleasure doing business with you.
Right, okay, I've been there. I now have earth and wind power. I mean, in a way, this is sort of a Metroidvania game. Am I right or am I right? I don't know. I have to get some sort of power before I can, like, continue on. Mini Derg, many Derg. It is so good. Like, when this game came out, I feel like I can sink so many hours into this game. Oh, wait, no, wait. Yeah, the meteor is so strong. I'm gonna play for a little bit more. I'm gonna play a little bit more. Just 5 more minutes. Yeah, I have to go to badminton too because it's important. I need to lose some weight. I'm getting too thick. Well, thick is good, but my kind of thick is kind of bad, no? That needs to change. Yeah, Earth is kinda fun. Actually, scratch that. Earth is so good. Earth is so heckin' fun. Oh, it's that shit again. Hi. Oh, that's what it is, okay. Well, that was kinda hard. I don't even remember where am I trying to go. I'm lost, I need map. Nice. Honestly, the combat is... Yeah, I know I said this multiple times already, but man, is it so satisfying. Oh, there's something. I want it. Oh, is that a dragon friend? Oh my god, hi!
Haven't seen undead on this ledge so far. I think I will stay around here. Any undead show up, I'm gonna push them right off. May partner guide you. Haven't seen undead on this ledge so
dragon
far.
fruits.
Yes, dragon fruit! It's like Sonic that's attracted to rings.
Love how they taste.
Good enough. I guess the... I mean, I should realize that this game is like a free roam game. I don't think there's any sequence break, it's just that... There's no sequence break, there's just different progression line. A different line of progression, I would say. Right? Makes sense? Mm-hmm. Now you can progress through the game however you want. That's a better way to put it. Me. Also, I'm slowly getting used to the control schemes. It's pretty satisfying. Oh, is that unparryable? Game, please. It's a kill. Oh, I can do 4 hits without knocking them away. I'm slowly, like, finding more things. Oh, hi!
I'm a lonely Goomba, stuck between two spikes. Well, guess I keep on guarding for the rest of my life.
Oh, why are you so adorable?
Hey, a singing sentinel? That's a first.
Yeah.
Well, this whole guarding the camp business can get boring sometimes. I like to sing to keep myself occupied. I'm Goomba. Who are you?
Goomba!
I'm Glyde, and this is Wing. I must say, Goombar, you did impress me. Maybe I should try singing too.
Goomba is the master of singing.
I would strongly advise against that, Glyde. The corruption and the undead are already enough trouble as it is.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? When did you...
Well, I'm sure you'd be a great singer. Anyway, I should get back to my important guarding duty. Stay safe out there.
You too.
A Goomba cute. I like Goomba.
I'm a lonely Goomba, stuck between two spikes. Well, guess I keep on guarding for the rest of my life.
Cute. Maybe Goomba is just dwarfs. Is Goomba a dwarf?
I'm not hungry at the moment.
Oh, oh, new passageway for 300 shine. Fuck. All right, just this once. God damn it, my 300 shiny. And set cobalt noises. I want to play more. I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop. I want to play more. Oh hey, I mean the 300 shinies spent, and then they gave me a bunch of shinies back as well. How do I trigger this? Oh. Oh, now I decide to do Central Gate Camp. It's all corrupted. I still don't know if there's a way to actually fight these corrupted creatures. Maybe I can, but I'm probably dead safe here. Okay, let me save again. I want to try to fight that thing. It's very hard because I'm gonna lose my health all the time when I'm inside these purple places, or like the corrupted places. So I don't know how I feel about that. Alright, let me try. Do I just beat the shit out of it? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Okay, so after the black crystal, there's still a boss. Okay. Not that I'm very surprised, I'm just a little bit surprised. But yeah, with the health keeps going down like that, it's a little bit hard to deal with her. So that means that I technically can just go back to the first place and try to destroy the black crystal. You know, the first ever black crystal that we've seen. But I think I'm gonna leave it to tomorrow. I cannot believe it. For a demo, by the way. Demo! I played for 5 hours and the demo is not even done. Oh my god, this is not a demo. This is almost a full game. I'm glad. With the demo being this huge, I feel like the full game is gonna be insane. You know what I mean? Yeah. What? What? 2 months?
Goobing time 3.
Goobing time 3. Hi, Mafra. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Also kind of sad because I cannot play much more anymore. I have to go prepare for badminton afterwards, but I want to play more of these. I want to play more of this. I really do. And also I have a few other demo that I want to try out next time. I want to see if tomorrow I can finish this demo. I'm not too sure how big the demo is. Someone told me that it's like 12 hours, more or less. If that's the case, oh my god. Oh my god. Well, I'll stop here for now. Game is fun as heck, what can I say? Really fucking good. Birmingham? Can you catch up with the lore with me? Birmingham? What's Birmingham? I cannot catch up with the lore that I don't know what Birmingham is though. Eh? I'm confused. Confused KOBO noises. Here, let me open up some music. You say I had to leave to prepare for something. Oh, it's badminton. Not Birmingham. Hey. Oh, good. I practiced once I was a kid. Badminton is fun. I personally enjoy it a lot. I love badminton, but stopped due to moving schools and stuff. That's unfortunate. I mean, personally, I feel like badminton is like really good. it's an exercise that I love. It's a sport that I love. So I always do badminton at every Thursday night. So yeah. And this is a way for me to try to at least lose a bit of weight and not getting too much obesity going on. I mean, I'm already like, honestly, I think I'm kind of obese already. So I think badminton is a good way to sort of lose some weight and at the same time have a lot of fun. So yeah, I love badminton. Not saying that I'm good at it, but I just enjoy playing it. Last on the road, I'm doing a hammer build now with Paralyzed. Nice. And Paralyzed is like, yeah, Paralyzed is a good status. Really good, actually. I wanna rate Hibley. It has been a while since I last rated him. I just get confused when I knock the dragon in the head so hard that they fall asleep. Oh, they probably don't fall asleep, they're getting stunned. A stun and paralyzed is different in Monster Hunter. With blunt weapon, if you keep hitting the head, they will eventually get stunned. They get knocked down, essentially. So you get a bit of time to like well on him. And if you have paralyzed, but sometimes, you know, the bad thing about hammer and paralysis, they literally start doing bubbles through their shield, like they're eating. What the fuck? I never heard that before. I never seen that before as well. I don't know. Maybe your hammer is sleep. Oh, maybe the kitty. Your kitty weapon probably has sleep element. It's all I can think of. It's probably your kitty. Yeah. The kitty is pretty good. We love Palico. Palico is good. Oh. Do you think Sleep Hammer is good or eh? I think... Oh gee, I mean, I personally just think I don't care about elements and status. I just think a dragon element the best. Definitely no bias. Like, I know people telling me like, whenever I play Monster Hunter with my friends, and then they'll be like, wait, why you bring dragon element to to beat this monster that is immune to dragon element? It's like, what? I don't care, I like dragon element. There's dragons in it and you tell me to not use it? No way. I'm gonna use the dragon element all I want on any monster, be it immune to it or weak to it. Just dragon element all the way. I love brute forcing. Looks cool too. Looks too cool, easy pick, right? Dragon element is like dark edgy spark. And I think that's really cool, yeah? Okay, let's rate Hibley. I haven't rated Hibley in a long time. I do enjoy his stream a lot. A very good vibe. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna play more Glyde. I will play so much more Glyde that I might be able to finish it. I don't know. I already played 5 hours. A demo that I can spend 5 hours is already insane. I'm still baffled by the fact that that is just the demo. Not in my life that a demo that I played lasts this long. Every time I play a game, a demo always leaves me at, oh goddammit, I want to play more. It's never, oh wow, the demo lasts for 5 hours and there's more. At this point, it's not even a demo anymore. But yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed. It was a pleasure to be here. It was a dragon. KOBO very happy to have dragon here too. Very, very happy. It's impressive. Has it released yet? No. It's part of the Steam's Next Fest demo showcase. Usually during this week, there's a lot of like indie game developers. They bring out their game. They let you try out the game demos and everything. The Glyde is not released yet, and there's like a few that I want to try out as well. There's also Isle of Swaps and also Amber Isle. Amber Isle is definitely like my next pick for the game that I want to try, because my god, look at this. Oh, just look at this is enough to make me want to play it. I want to play it. I want to go Amber Isle. Oh my god. It is heckin' mega adorable with all the paleo folks in there. It's great. Anyway, I need to go and prepare for heckin' badminton. So let me summon Bernie real quick. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. And also, I have a Discord. It's usually where I announce my stream stuff, but also I spam dragon pictures in there, so yeah. Well, I'll spam whenever I can. It's just that lately I cannot do it because boy oh boy, real life busy. God damn it. But yeah, it's my Discord. I share. I post my stream stuff over there and dragon pictures. Anyway, let me type in the rate to keep lead. Oh yeah, he just started streaming. Nice. Raid. Yes. And I understand it. I like Discord. We praise dragons. We praise dragons. They're amazing. And dragons are amazing. They're heckin' good. Okay, I type in the rate. I'm ready to rate. I'm gonna go get dinner, and then I'm gonna go play badminton afterwards. So tomorrow I'll play more Glyde. There's so many more that I want to like play. I'm excited. I want to play more. I'm more of a lurker there. Well, understandable. Like you don't need to engage in conversation every time. It's okay. No, it's okay to just lurk in channels. Well, it's okay to lurk in my channel. I'm okay with that. And I don't mind. So long as you're feeling comfortable. Don't feel pressure to like engage in posts. It's all good. Which rate message you're going with? We use that one. Yeah, we can use that one. So before the rate, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. KOBO loves y'all. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Happy Pride Month, everyone. I mean, I'm still like, Happy Pride Month. Hell yeah, I'm trans. Anyway, here comes the raid to Hibley. But still gonna share my heckin' love to dragons. Thank you. Happy Pride Month, Happy Pride Month. That's a raid message, but of course you can use whatever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything. I'm gonna press the rate now button, alright? So, take care everyone. KOBO loves y'all. Smooches. Take care, take care. Bye 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 bye.